Well, are we live? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. My name is Roberto Remedios. I'm user interface designer. I live on San Jose, Costa Rica. I'm also an accessibility advocate. I have been working on Latin America with accessibility with different groups of people, deaf people, blind people, and I love to share with all you guys tonight. I forget to thanks on the last talk to our sponsors, to our organizers, and to my moderator, Kevin, who is pasting the questions that you guys add on YouTube into the page. Please remember, if you have any question, just put the questions on the YouTube chat. Our next speaker is Susanna Laurin, and he will be talking about accessibility by default in authoring tools. She is a Chief Research and Innovation Officer at Funka. She has more than 20 years of experience in working with accessibility at the senior management level. She's an internationally expert on the European Union accessibility policy and regulations, and she have did several workshops and write some books about the specific EN standard. So you have the control right now, Susanna. Thank you for joining us. You can share your screen.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. I think I'm now sharing my screen, and hopefully I also have my microphone on. Is this working? You can nod, at least.
Yes, yeah. It's working.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I'm doing this from Sweden, Europe, so it's very early Saturday morning, and I want to tell you straight away that I'm not a developer. So if you have technical questions around my presentation, I would be happy to forward them to our developers. I can't get them to wake up this early in the morning on a Saturday. So unfortunately, you will have to live just with me. But thank you for having me on this marathon accessibility event. It's exciting. So I can't make this work. Why? Yeah, so just a little bit about me. I am the Chief Research and Innovation Officer at Funka. I'm also the representative of the UN initiative G3ICT and the International Association of Accessibility Professionals representative to the EU. I do a lot of strategic consulting these days, mainly for the European Union, but also for EU member state national governments when they are transposing the EU legislation into national law. I'm leading the WADEX subgroup, which is an expert group helping the Commission and the member states implementing the Web Accessibility Directive, one of the recent legislations in this area. And I'm also one of the technical experts in the ETSI Special Task Force 536. And we have been responsible for updating and harmonizing the EN standard, which is the minimum requirements of the legislation in Europe. Just a couple of words on the company I work for, Funka. We are specialists in accessibility, but we were founded by the disability movement in Sweden, and we started as an NGO really, but were converted into a private company in the year of 2000. We have our headquarters in Stockholm and offices also in Oslo and Madrid and Brussels. We do consulting and development on on accessibility and usability. We do also a lot of research and innovation, and that's nowadays the department that I lead. So we do national projects and also European and global projects in research and innovation. We also cover policy and different kind of studies and investigations. And we are, of course, also engaged in standardization, which is extremely important if you want to do accessibility. Also one of the proud founders of the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. So in Europe, the Web Accessibility Directive is really turning everything upside down here. We have been living in a world where we have more recommendations on accessibility than actual regulations. And this is now changing. We started with the procurement directive a couple of years ago. Now the Web Accessibility Directive is covering public sector. And in 2022, we will also have the European Accessibility Act, which will cover products and services in some of the private sector. So we are really moving from recommendations to regulations. And it's an interesting time to be alive here, but we have a couple of problems when this is happening, of course. And one of the biggest problems that we have tried to solve, or looked into at least, is really that accessibility is much more than a technical issue, of course. And around 50% of the accessibility problems or fails that we encounter when we do audits, they are created by web authors. And this is not a surprise, because many web authors, and this is now in public sector mainly, most of the web authors are not professional communication people, and absolute vast majority of them are not accessibility experts. So of course, they do create content that is not perfectly accessible. And this means that we now have approximately 7 million interfaces that are supposed to, to comply with the new regulations. And with 7 million interfaces, we have, I don't know, I can't even count the number of web authors that would need training to make this work. And of course, that's good for us because we are specializing in this and we're happy to provide training, but it just won't scale. It's not enough just to put out manuals and training and you know, trying to make all these web authors do the right thing, because people change their job, they get on parental leave, or you know, we change people all the time. So we just need to do something else than only training, because that is not, will never be enough. And that's when the idea came that, what if accessibility could be built into the websites from the start? What if the authoring tools could do something to help here? Maybe everything can't be automized, but at least the authoring tools should have the possibility to give much better support to the web authors. That was sort of the idea behind these research projects. And we managed to lobby for this idea and make more people interested in it. And after a while, the European Commission came out with a call for proposals on trying to see if authoring tools could actually be part of the solution here. So the European funding for research, a very common way of doing this is that you apply for a pilot project where you sort of prove that your idea or thesis is valid and that there is something here to keep looking into. And then if you're successful in your pilot, then you can also have the possibility to make what is called a preparatory action, which is where you actually perform the real research or whatever initiative is needed to be done. So it's a two-step process often. And we did get the opportunity to perform a pilot project a couple of years ago, where we looked at the 30 most used tools in the public sector bodies in the EU. So we crawled the internet for public sector bodies and found the 30 most used tools to make sure that the efforts were made on the most frequently used ones. And we did some piloting and testing. So trying to see what happens if you are not an expert in accessibility and you're procuring this tool, and maybe your supplier is also not an expert in accessibility, because that is the normal case. That is the majority of these situations. What happens then if you just acquire an authoring tool and a website from somebody that is not an expert? How accessible is it then? It's like, I know this is really theoretic because it's not really possible. But the idea is if you just sort of push the button and up comes a website from your package, then how accessible is it by default? What is built in there? And the answer was not much. But we did a lot of surveys and prototypes. We talked to suppliers and vendors and tool makers and so on, try to figure out how much is really included in the sort of basic, the standard templates and so on. And we did a lot of analysis and also user testing, of course, user testing both with web authors and also end users with disabilities to make sure that the results were valid from both perspectives. We did also work a lot with different stakeholders and that this was before the corona, so we could make physical workshops in Brussels. We had specific workshops with web authors from public sector to see what are the user needs, how can the authoring tools help these web authors to make the right thing. It should be easy to do the right thing when you create content. And we also discussed with end users with disabilities, of course, which are the most common problems or fails, or what is the biggest barrier to you, and also looking into the back office, so to speak. So if the web author has a disability, how accessible is the actual interface that you meet as author? So the back end, so to speak, the input part of the authoring tools. And then we also discussed with the tool makers and other vendors, suppliers, and also standardization bodies. So we had a series of workshops where we really collected user needs and experiences from these 4 different stakeholder groups. And the result from this pilot was that, well, there's not much accessibility by default out there in the most used tool, unfortunately, but there are big demand, and also we thought that there would be, well, a good potential to do something. If something is not perfect, then you have the potential to make it better. So the result of the pilot was really a matrix of the most used tools. And also we made 3 sets of guidelines for web authors or people who are procuring or looking for a tool, also for end users with disabilities and for the industry. And really this was then the starting point for further research. And the result of this from the open parts, and not everything is public, but the public parts of this project results can be found on our website. It's www.funka, which is funka.com/we4authors. So we and the number 4 and authors. And then, of course, the next phase started, and we were happy enough to get also the second phase funded by the Commission. And we are now a third into the preparatory action, which is called We4Authors Cluster. And here we work with a cluster of tool makers because we think we need now to dig deep into the real code and the real potential of this. So based on the user needs that we found in the pilots, we are going to create new features that can be adapted into whatever tool you use. We are going to do extensive user testing to make sure that the features that we create are really good, they're user-friendly, they are solving the right problems, and that the web authors like them, because otherwise they won't be a success. We are then going to try to implement these features in different kinds of tools so that we make sure that we can reach as big part of the market as possible. And we are then, when the project is finished by July next year, we are going to share code if we are resulting in code, which I hope, or if we can't produce the code, then at least we will share the documentation and prototypes, videos, visits, or whatever it can be from the user testing to show as inspiration for others, because maybe everything can't just be a snippet of code and then you can just implement it quickly into whatever tool. Maybe life is not that easy always. So we will also describe the feature and describe how it works and what people liked with it, so that then the rest of the market can hopefully use those ideas and for inspiration and also implement these ideas in their own tools. And this is really an important part of all European research, of course, that the result is going to be for the common good. So this is not something we or the partners will keep behind any closed doors. The idea is really to share with the community. And the members of this cluster right now are Drupal. We have Mike Gifford of Open Concept, who is representing Drupal here. We have Plone, represented by Timo Stollenberg from Kit Concept in Germany. We have Sight Vision, a Swedish license-based authoring tool. We have Joomla, and Brian Thiemann is the representative for Joomla, and the foundation of Joomla in Germany is also part of the project. And we have Umbraco, represented by Sigma in the UK. So these are the cluster members who are representing different kind of authoring tools. And we are, of course, also working with other tool providers. But we are also closely related to the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, so that we can reach out to both vendors and also customers using these tools and the end user organizations. So with the IAAP, we have a really broad outreach apart from the partners' own network, so to speak. And we also work closely with ERIN, which is the European Regions Research and Innovation Network. So with this network, we can also make sure that we reach a lot of the public sector bodies, web authors in Europe for user testing and also making sure that the user requirements are met in a really relevant way for them. After the discussions with the stakeholders and the different user groups, and specifically, of course, the web authors, their needs, and also the ideas and experiences from our cluster members. So to make sure that whatever we do is sort of relevant and possible to use also for the tool makers. We have we set up a set of criteria for how the features would, what kind of problems we wanted to solve, how frequently this problem was occurring, and so on. And then based on these criteria, we selected 10 different features that we wanted to try with users. So now we are specifically in the position in the project where we have already selected 10 features, and we are now going to user test them starting in October. So we are right now finishing or refining the prototypes that we are then going to test in an iterative process, of course, inviting users, web authors, and others interested to test the prototypes and come back to us with feedback so that we can refine them and make them better and better. So we have until Christmas to do this, really, but we're starting here in October. So the features that we have selected to try and make sure that we can support users, web authors with, is really how to provide alt text, alternative text on images, sort of very basic thing. But we have seen that this is solved in different ways in different authoring tools, and sometimes it's quite hard to make it in a good way, and sometimes it's, well, you have the possibility to add the alt text, but you don't get any support on how to write it or when to write it or when not, and so on. So the whole idea here is to provide more support. If something can be maybe mandatory, we will try to make it mandatory. All texts can't really be mandatory because not all images need them, and so on. But we can also prompt for the web author to do something, so it's really visible, it's really you're sort of pushed to do the right thing. You shouldn't be you shouldn't have to look for the place where to write the alt text. It should be very obvious and sort of in the flow of your authoring process. And then we can also provide maybe support at different levels or information. So we have all these sort of the levels of automation we can do. We can either build it in so that it's really by default making it accessible, or we can prompt it, or we can make information or support in other ways. So we will try different ways of doing this and see what the web authors find most useful, and then present that to the market when we have a good decision there. So alt text is the first one. And then we are also prototyping now the possibility to change language when you have multiple language on a website or a page, which is very common in the European context. We often have websites with more than one language. Also, we're looking at documentation of the accessibility features, because our research has shown that many web authors don't really know what their authoring tool can do. So how can we make the documentation better? And also, how can we make it, or we want to try if it's better to have the documentation, the information, the support, and the wizards sort of in context. So where you are actually doing something, that is where you can find the information, or if that may be disturbing for you because the user experience will be then maybe too crowded or too overwhelming with all this information. So maybe it's better to have it sort of on the side that you need to go look for it. And we have seen different situations, different contexts, and also different web author groups who prefer one or the other. So this will be really interesting to do A/B testing on. Of course, some of the really big troublemakers in authoring is tables and forms. So we are going to test supportive tables creators and also forms editors in different way that can, well, a combination of making it accessible by default and supporting on when you do more complex tables and forms. Of course, everything can't be automated. Or at least not now, maybe in the future, but we want to make sure that the author has better support in doing the right thing. When it comes to video, we are testing supporting the editor on how to make sure that the video is compliant with the regulations. And then we have 4 features that are sort of connected to each other, and they all have to do with testing. So we want to try out how to best test accessibility while or when you are editing or publishing something. So we are trying to have testing procedures built into the editor. So while you're actually creating the content, and then another specific sort of easy win is if we support web authors in providing accessible documents, specifically PDF documents, which is all over the world. I think we have unaccessible or inaccessible documents, and that is a big issue that many web authors tell us they would like to have support in. So some kind of testing before you or while you're uploading your document so that you know if the document is okay or not. Then we want to test the full page. So when you have provided all the images and the objects and the content that you are going to publish, then during this content creation phase, you could also test all the different parts and objects that you are going to publish. So before publishing, just check if it's accessible or not. And then, of course, helping you to remediate this will be an important part. And maybe not specifically for the web author, but for the website owner or the person who is responsible for the whole accessibility, the accessibility of the whole website, then of course there could also be a built-in testing tool for the whole website. And please note that we are not building a new automatic tools for accessibility testing. There are many out there and some of them are really good. So we are not going to test if they are good or bad. It's just how can they be combined or included or implemented in the authoring tool or in the content creation phase so that it supports the web authors in a better way. Because what we see is that many of the testing tools are quite technical and they may be very helpful for developers, but the web authors are sometimes not very technical, so it can't be too sort of success criteria related and really technical in the way it's presented. It needs to support you in another way. And we think combining it into the content creation phase could be really helpful for at least some of the web authors. So these are the 10 features that we are now prototyping and going to test. And these are going to be like generic tests, so that we have made them anonymous, so to speak. So we are trying to just test the feature. And the prototypes are not supposed to look like any specific tool, but it shouldn't be important which tool you're used to use, but you should be sort of recognizing the content creation, well, how it looks when you edit content. That is the idea. So we're doing this testing on a prototype level, and then when we have learned more or less what the web authors need or want, then we're also going to do test implementations in the cluster members. So all the authoring tools that are working with us in this project also have the possibility to test these features in their own in the technical environment, so to speak. Of course, it takes time to implement these things in authoring tools, and maybe we won't be finishing this before the project is finished, but at least we want to make sure that we have done some test implementations so that we can also say that we know that these features work in at least some of the technical environments that we have tested, because that makes it more probable that they will also be possible to use for other tool makers. So the test implementation in the specific tools is also an important part. But what we are doing right now is, first of all, the generic testing. And because of the pandemic, we will do some face-to-face physical testing at our offices, but most of the testing, so the quantitative part of it, will be online. So it's actually open for anyone that would like to test these features, and we are happy to welcome anyone. We'll come back to that. So will this solve all the accessibility problems of the world? No, it won't. But we believe that built-in accessibility by default in authoring tools could be an important part of the solution if we succeed in this. Because I mean, this is kind of obvious, but if the authoring tool is supporting you in your content creation phase, then you can avoid unnecessary mistakes. And this is really the primary goal here. Accessibility by default can make it, we can start with the hygiene factors that the authoring tools shouldn't sort of create accessibility problems, but it should also support the author in not doing the mistakes. Another important part here is really to help the non-experts to get it right from the start, because as I mentioned before, most of the web authors in public sector are not specializing in communication and definitely not specializing in accessibility. So we also hope that this can mean that the governments can create framework contracts. So in the centralized procurement that is very much in use in some of the European member states, which can mean that tool makers that do provide accessibility by default using our features or other services, but in some way can prove that they do provide good support for web authors, they can then have an advantage in the competition by being sort of checked on beforehand by the central procurement system. So that is what we're hoping, that a group of tools will be sort of the front runners here, and they will then have the possibility to easier at least sell their services to public sector. And with that, experts in accessibility and also experts in tool making can, and the web authors themselves can focus on more interesting things or more complex issues and sort of solving the rest of the problems that we can't solve in this problem. But that is the aim of these projects. So I would like to invite you all to make contact to us, and if you are like to, or if one of your clients or customers would like to try, if you have any web authors, if you know web authors that are interested in trying out these features, then please do contact us. There is room for everyone who wants to contribute to this, and of course, the more test persons we have from the most part of the world and with different backgrounds and so on, the better it will be. So the results will really depend on the users who want to test. We already have quite a lot of testers. I think at least over 100 organizations have said that they would like to join the testing phase, but we are always welcoming more. So please do contact us. You can use my email, which is Susanna, SUSANNA, @funka.com. We also have a project website. It's not very active yet because we don't have so much results yet to show, but we will be more active in this website soon, I hope. So you're also welcome to follow the project on accessibilitycluster.com. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Well, thank you very much, Susanna. We don't have a lot of questions. We have one main question at this moment. Is the next one. You mentioned you will develop new features. Do you have examples of what kind of features are good candidates?
Well, before we started testing them, we don't know which ones are the best candidates, but really it's the test. It's the 10 features that I talked about and showed the slide. These are the features that we are now testing. And if they all turn out not to work or not to be of interest for web authors, then we will have to come up with new ones, because we have promised the European Commission, who is funding this, that we are going to promote or provide at least 10 features when the project is ready. But as we are just starting the testing phase, I can't tell you which one is the best candidate right now. We are testing all the 10 features, and then hopefully many of them will be good enough to present to the world. And if not, we will have to make another round and create new ones.
Cool, thank you very much. Well, at this moment, we don't have any other questions. Is there anything that you want to add on this couple of minutes that you didn't cover on your presentation? You have like another 5 minutes if you have anything, or we can make a break.
I think I hope that people will connect with us, and I'm happy to answer any question via email or Twitter, or just reach out to us and we will be happy to discuss this more, because I think there are a lot of interesting things, and we are really eager to hear also from WordPress developers and designers and users. And I hope that you will all be interested in this project and also reach out to us to learn more.
Awesome. Well, we can give it a couple of minutes and see if there is another question on YouTube. Okay, we have a question. Do testers need to be multilingual?
Good question, thank you. No, the tests will be performed in English. So you would need to understand at least the instructions in English, because the prototypes are in English, but otherwise we don't have any requirements on the testers.
Thank you, Susanna. Anyone? If anyone have another question, we're here. I
think it's in the middle of the night in many countries.
Yeah. Yes, actually for me it's past midnight. But what's your time on your country?
It's now 8:30 in the morning, but it's Saturday, so I don't think any are.
Saturday, yeah. Most of Europe people.
Still asleep, I think. Yeah.
Just waiting for this Saturday.
Yeah.
But again, thank you very much for share with us and take your time. Get early and share with us. I think we're gonna finish at this point. I think LNN is making a question. He say how much time it does it take? How much time it does it take testing?
It's another good question. Well, you can spend as much time as you like, of course, but you can test just one feature, and that will take from 5 to guess, mostly 10 minutes. We of course hope that you test all the features, and you can also come back because we have this iterative process. So then you can test it again and see the refinements. But you can just spend 5 or 10 minutes and do one test, and we will be happy. And if you are really interested and keen, then you can come back and test all the 10 features, and that will then take maybe 1.5 hours or so. And you can also come back and do it more times. But there's no specific requirements on time needed. So you can just do a short one and see if it's interesting, and then hopefully you will stay on and do more tests.
And then we have another question for Ahmed. If you have to name one thing that it would be your biggest achievement in accessibility, what it would be?
My biggest achievement? Well, personally, I think that we are hiring people with disabilities in our company. I think that is the biggest achievement. To me personally, I believe the key to inclusion is to have a workplace, and really that we have been able to not only hire people ourselves, but also help other young people with disabilities to get into the workforce. That is what I'm most proud of in my professional life. That is not really accessibility as such, but I think that is my sort of spontaneous answer to that question.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I think LNN also asked for the previous question, if the time that you describe is also include the training.
Well, there's no training really here the testing is just really simple prototypes. So you are doing the same thing as you're normally doing as when you're creating content. You are writing a text, you are adding a link, you're adding an image, and then you are supposed to add the alt text and so on. So you're performing this sort of the user scenario from the web authoring perspective, and then there's really a short instruction on what we want you to do to perform the test. So it's not really, I wouldn't say it's training really. So it's a short instruction, then you perform the test, and then that is screen recorded so we can see what you do. So that is sort of fine. But we also always ask you if you have any comments or suggestions or anything. We're really happy if you want to share with us your thoughts. So you also have the possibility to answer some questions afterwards if you would like to. But it wouldn't take more than 15 minutes just to do one of the items.
Okay, awesome. I think that's all the questions that we have. We're gonna finish the presentation right here. Thank you very much for your time. Just let the people who is watching this presentation, don't forget to attend our next talk, who will be how to use ARIA in forms at 7 a.m. UTC, presented by Rian Rietveld. Sorry, my accent. But yeah, thank you very much, and we see you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello? Test, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's a relief. Hello? Test, 1, 2, 3. That's a relief. Hello? Test, 1, 2, 3. Just share screen. Just share screen. Okay, here we go. Hello. Thank you so much for joining me for my talk about ARIA in Forms on this amazing 24 hours event of WordPress and accessibility. Hello. Thank you so much for joining me for my talk about ARIA in Forms on this amazing 24 hours event of WordPress and accessibility. So much for joining me for my talk about ARIA in Forms on this amazing 24 hours event of WordPress and accessibility. Okay. So much for
Hello, everyone. Welcome again to the WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. My name is Roberto Remedios, and I live in San Jose, Costa Rica. I'm a web developer and also user experience and user interface designer. I'm an accessibility advocate, and the WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. And I'm also a meter of organizer of accessibility here in Costa Rica. Our next speaker will be Rian Rietveld, and she will be talking about about how to use the ARIA standard in forms. Rian is a web accessibility specialist in a full-service WordPress agency level and a trainee at the Ali Collective. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Yeah. Okay, I have a pre-recorded talk. I will explain why, and I will share my screen now. Okay, here we go.
Sorry, the video is mute. Sorry, Rian, can you check the volume of the video? I think you need to mute yourself.
What do you want me to do?
Try to play the video now.
24 hours event of WordPress and accessibility. This talk is pre-recorded because it contains demos. Well, because we developers learn by looking at example code and not by reading the specs. I know, so demos it is. First, a bit about myself. My name is Rian Rietveld. I'm a web accessibility expert for Level. That's a full-service WordPress agency in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. And I'm also a trainer for the Collective. That's a platform of online accessibility courses. What is ARIA? The abbreviation means Accessible Rich Internet Applications. You can forget that right away, but what you need to know is ARIA are attributes. HTML5 attributes that give extra information and feedback to assistive technology, like, for example, screen readers. In forms, you can use it for naming form controls, describing extra information, and for giving feedback on dynamic changes. I will give you examples of that in the demos later. Before you start, you need to know the first rule of ARIA is don't use ARIA. There are 5 rules. Go and look them up when you have time, but the first rule is the most important. Don't use ARIA to fix meaningless and incorrect HTML5. Use the already available elements, because then the browser and the screen reader knows how to operate and understand them. ARIA is about feedback, not about fixing. If you want to join me or look up the code later, the example code is on lvl.li/aria-in-forms. These examples contain very simplified forms. And before you start nagging, no data is submitted, no security checks, no translation, I just want to show you what happens in the front end, so you get the ARIA. I will do the demos in Safari, as that browser works best together with the voice-over screen reader. First, I'll talk you through how to properly name form controls. And we're going to look at the accessibility tree to show how that works. And then we're going to look at 2 different forms and add descriptions and feedback. For all the people expecting me to show how to build new web components from scratch with ARIA, I'll share at the end of this talk my opinion about going fancy in forms, naming and describing form controls. Let's do that. Okay. Before you use ARIA, you have to have the basics in order. The basic HTML5 must be correct. And then it's super important that you give your form control a name, an accessible name. Okay, I will show you how that works for a screen reader. Here we have a label, your question, and a text area. If you can see, the label is put above the form control. Perfectly understandable. But the label is not connected to the form control. So a screen reader doesn't know what to announce here. You have to connect the label to the form control, and you can do that with a label for is pointing to the ID of the form control. Here the text area has an ID of ID-text area. So the label has a for is ID text area. Now they are connected. I will start the screen reader and let you hear how important that is. Okay, I'll start voiceover.
Voiceover on Safari. Naming and describing form controls window, toolbar.
Okay. When a screen reader enters a form, they jump into form mode. That gives the user the opportunity to instead of operating the screen reader. And then you can jump with the tab key from focusable element to focusable element. So I'll tab now in the first form control.
Leaving toolbar, entering, naming and describing form controls web content, edit text, blank, main.
About the form field text area, it announces edit text blank. So it is an edit text field. Blank is I have no name. If I tap to the next one that has a for and ID connection.
Your question, edit text.
Then it says your question, edit text. And then the screen reader user knows what to fill out. So without a connection,
edit text, blank.
With a connection,
your question, edit text.
Okay. That must be in order. You have to have a name for the form control. You can use a placeholder then. Is a placeholder a replacement for a label? And no, it isn't. But screen readers get smarter and smarter. In this case, I have a text area with a placeholder, your question. Let's listen how that sounds.
Your question, edit text, blank. Your question.
So the screen reader announces your question, the placeholder. and then tries to figure out what's the name, cannot come up with a name, so it guesses, okay, the placeholder must be the name. Not all screen readers do this, so don't depend on this always working. There's also another issue with this. The placeholder text disappears when you start typing or when the field is filled out with an autocomplete. People may forget what to fill out or need to check if the right value is added to the right fields with an autocomplete. Always add a visual label to prevent errors. So the next thing you can do with ARIA is give a form control a name with an ARIA label. In this case, text area, ARIA label, your question. If I tap into this,
Your question, edit text.
It's announced perfectly well, but there's no visual label. You can have a placeholder and an ARIA label.
Your question, edit text. Describe your question.
The placeholder is announced in a different voice, describe your question, and the ARIA label is your question. But still you have no visual label. You can use an ARIA label by. Instead of the element label, you can use, for example, a div. Yay, a div. But you have to connect both together. And that you do with ARIA label by. You give the div an ID. And in the form control, text area, you say label by referring to that ID. How is that announced?
Your question, edit text.
Perfectly okay. I have no idea why you should use a div instead of a label, but maybe you have some obscure use case for this. Next one, ARIA described by, and this is super useful. As I told you, you jump into form mode. And then you only get announced what is connected to the form control. So in this case, if you have your new password and you have an input for your password, and below that the rules, please use a password of minimal 8 characters. That also must be connected to the input field. Otherwise, the screen reader doesn't announce it because the screen reader doesn't know it's connected. And that you do with ARIA described by. The paragraph with the extra information, you give that an ID. And in the input field, the form control, you say ARIA described by referring to that ID.
Your new password, secure edit text with autofill menu. Please use a password of minimum 8 characters.
You notice there's a time lag between announcing the label and announcing the ARIA described by information. That's a Safari issue. I think we'll solve it soon. But now you first hear the label and then you hear the ARIA described by. So you get all the information you need with a form control. Next topic, icons. How do you announce an icon? Because the screen reader cannot know what's in an icon. Well, in this form you have a label with a search, an input field and a button. And the button has a class font awesome class that displays an icon of a search, a loop. If you can see, this is perfectly okay. But how does this announce?
Search edit text.
If I give the button focus, I hear nothing. So I have to give the button a name. And that you can do with ARIA label. ARIA label, submit search. You put that on the button. all the content inside the button is omitted, only the area label is announced. Now let's see what it does.
Search edit text.
I still hear nothing. That's weird. I put an area label on it. I will mute the screen reader now. And now I'm going to inspect the code. And then I see button, class, font awesome, area label submit search, and then font awesome added area hidden is true to it. That's because font awesome thinks, okay, if it's an icon, better hide it from screen reader because they cannot pronounce it. But if you put a font awesome icon directly on a focusable element, an element that really makes sense, and you put an area hidden true on that, the screen reader doesn't know what it is. It omits it. Think, okay, it doesn't exist. What's the workaround for that? You move the class of the font awesome class out of the button. Actually, you move it inside the button in a span, and you give the class to a span. So the button has the area label only, and the span with the font awesome class with the loop icon is inside, and it's in the span. That way, the label, area label is announced. Now, let's see what. I'll close this. So let's move from the start.
Search edit text.
You're nothing. The other
Search edit text.
Move the screen up a bit. You hear nothing. And then with the span inside the button.
Search edit text. Submit search button.
Then the button is announced. Okay, keep this in mind. Not this area hidden is true is generated by font awesome, so don't put it on an element that needs to be announced, that needs to have a label, because it will be hidden. You can actually check what the accessible name is for a form control by checking the accessibility tree. Each browser generates an accessibility tree, and screen readers or assistive technology actually read that accessibility tree to know what to announce and how to operate a form control. I will show you in Chrome and in Firefox. This is the one in Chrome. I will inspect. And here I chose the text area without a connected label. And with the exact, I can check the tab accessibility. And here's the accessibility tree. And then you can check out the name. So when there's no connection between the text area and the label, it has no name. And it cannot find any name in, for example, the title, the placeholder, the area label name. So this form control has no accessible name. If we check the next one with the for ID construction, it has name, your question. And the name comes from the label, and the label is your question. Next one, placeholder. Name is your question, and it gets it from the placeholder. This is a screen reader workaround. Area label. Name is your question, and it gets it from the area label. So this is a super easy way to actually see where the name comes from and if it's actually specified. This is a placeholder and an area label. The name, your question, It gets a name from the ARIA label because that's overriding the placeholder. How does this work in Firefox? Actually the same. Firefox adds an inspector tab, accessibility properties. And with Firefox, you also get error warnings. Form elements must be labeled. Here you get a label because it has no name. Inspect properties for the next one. Name is your question. If you have a for ID, so inspect that and look if you have problems. Look what the accessible name is. If you're not sure, did I label this well? As you noticed, naming form controls is essential for understanding how to fill out a form when you depend on your ears and your fingers. Check this in your work or the plugin you use. Well, let's do some live coding and screen reader testing. The reason I pre-recorded this talk. This is a simple subscribe form to our newsletter form. With an indication, please fill out all the fields and agree to the privacy policy. Then name, input field with the extra description. Give your first and last name, then an email, and then a checkbox, I agree with the privacy policy, and below that, a link to the privacy policies and a subscribe button. Let me go through this with a screen reader. Let's start up VoiceOver.
VoiceOver on Safari. Let's build a form window. Toolbar.
And now I tap through the form.
Name required. Edit text. Main. Email required. Edit text. I agree with the privacy policy. Required unticked. Tick box. Visited link. Read our privacy policy. Subscribe. Button.
And now I submit the form. And you hear nothing. If you can see, you see a big announcement there, errors in your form. And below that, there are links to the input fields with the error, with the description of what the error is. If I tap further,
visited link, back to index, content information.
Then I go to, then the focus is on the next link. So for a screen reader user, it's so hard to understand what's happening. I hear nothing. This is with an Ajax submit. So it's the subscribe submits on an on-click event. So let's fix this. I use as my code editor PHP Storm. And let's look at the form. Above the form, so it will be announced, there's the title, subscribe to our newsletter, and the information on what to fill out in the form. And there's a placeholder for the notifications. How do you set it up? It's up to you and your framework and your way of working. This is just a demo. Right. So we need to announce the descriptions with the input field. So we have to give the descriptions an ID. Name, because the ID needs to be unique for the page. And then we connect it to the input field with the area described by PHP Storm knows area. Description. Name. Description, give your first and last name, will now be announced together with the input. But I also see a placeholder for the error messages. It will be very useful if the error messages are also announced together with the input field. So I can use in the area as described by more than one ID. And you can put the error first and then the description after that. I do the same with the email. There is no description, so I only have to have an error described by to the error message. That is email error. Right. The checkbox for the terms has a description and an error message, so they need both. Input field. This is the terms error. And I have to give the description terms. And I have to give the terms an ID. Right. Okay. If this is okay, everything will be announced together now. Let's see how that works.
Voice over on Safari. Let's build a form. Window. Toolbar. Leaving toolbar. Entering let's build a form web content. Name required. Edit text. Main.
Wait for it.
Give your first and last name.
Right.
Email required. Edit text.
Checkbox.
I agree with the privacy policy. Required unticked. Tick box.
And that doesn't work.
Voice over off.
Let's see what's wrong. Terms error. Description terms. I forgot. Welcome in the world of code editing. Screen reader again. That's
Voice over on Safari. Let's build a form. Window. Toolbar.
That's why testing is so important.
Leaving toolbar. Entering let's build a form web content. Name required. Edit text. Main. Email required. Edit text. I agree with the privacy policy. Required unticked. Tick box.
Description terms. That's why it's so important to test.
Voice over on Safari. Let's build a form. Window. Leaving toolbar. Entering let's build a form web content. Name required. Edit text. Main. Give your first and last name. Email required. Edit text. I agree with the privacy policy. Required unticked. Tick box. Read our privacy policy. Visited link. Read our privacy policy. Subscribe button.
Okay. Let's see if the error messages are announced together with the input field.
Name required. Edit text. Your name is missing. Give your first and last name. Email required. Edit text. Your email address is missing. I agree with the privacy policy. Required unticked. Tick box. Please agree to the terms. Read our privacy policy. Visited link. Read our privacy policy.
So now everything is announced in a logical order. What do we do about the error messages? Let's dive in the code. Let's try area live. I'll put an area live on the notification. Live is, let's make it polite. For area live, the element must already be in the DOM, in the generated code. Because putting area live on an element makes the screen reader listen to changes inside that element. If the element is new to the DOM, then the screen reader cannot listen to it. So it needs to be present before you add an area live on it. You have area live is polite, then the screen reader waits until all interaction is done, and area live is assertive, then it announces right away.
Voice over on Safari. Let's build a form. Window. Toolbar. Leaving toolbar. And email required. I agree with the privacy. Visited link. Subscribe button.
Let's go.
There are errors in your form. Bullet. Please enter your name. Bullet. Please enter your email address. Bullet. Please agree to the terms.
Okay. And if I tap now?
Visited link. Back to index. Contained information.
There is a disadvantage on that area live. It reads everything inside. If you have like 20 errors, that's a lot to listen to, and maybe someone forgets it. And we also have to fix the focus error. The focus must be on the announcement, and people can tap through the links and go to the form and fix them. So two
Ryan, I think the video stopped. Can you check the video, please? Hi, everyone. We get a little technical issue with the presentation. We're working on get Rian video again. Please, if you have any question, use the YouTube chat, and we will be asking the questions at the end of the talk. Thanks for the question, Ahmed. I mean, you have been awesome. I really love the first talk about I met on the chat asked about my experience. I think Rian is back. So
Okay, shall I? Where did it go wrong? From where? Do you remember?
I mean, it's our first online event, so it always something happened. Can you play the video again at the point that you?
Yeah, and the point was when it stopped. Shall I start with adding
I
the
think it
area
was
live?
minute 25, 27.
25? Okay. I'll run it from here. I'll share my screen. Sorry about this.
Go ahead, no problem.
I'll put an area live on the notification.
Can you please share your screen?
Live is, let's make it polite. For area live, the element must already be in the DOM, in the generated code. because putting area live on an element makes the screen reader listen to changes inside that element. If the element is new to the DOM, then the screen reader cannot listen to it. So it needs to be present before you add an area live on it. You have area live is polite, then the screen reader waits until all interaction is done, and area live is assertive, then it announces right away.
VoiceOver on Safari. Let's build a form. Window. Toolbar. Leaving toolbar. And email required. I agree with the privacy. Visited link. Subscribe.
Right.
Button.
Let's go.
There are errors in your form. Bullet. Please enter your name. Bullet. Please enter your email address. Bullet. Please agree to the terms.
Okay. And if I tap now,
Visited link. Back to index. Content
below the
information.
form, there is a disadvantage on that area live. It reads everything inside. If you have like 20 errors, that's a lot to listen to, and maybe someone forgets it. And we also have to fix the focus error. The focus must be on the announcement. Then people can tap through the links and go to the form and fix them. So 2 things we need to address. So first we address the focus issue. I use jQuery because I'm lazy. But any framework, any JavaScript will do. It's up to your own preference. I have a document get element by notifications focus, but in Safari that doesn't work. You need to add something extra to your HTML5. And it is focus by giving a depth index of -1. We'll remove the area live because that was too much to announce. But what do you do then with the notification? There are errors. And because you move the focus, people can read from there. Well, with area live, news is alert. That will be announced. So we move the focus and we on the H3, we thank you for your subscribing, or there are errors in your form. We add a ROAS alert. Let's see what happens.
VoiceOver on Safari. Let's build a form. Window. Toolbar.
I'll run through the form.
Leaving toolbar. Email required. I agree with the visited. Subscribe. Button. There are errors in your form.
Now the screen reader gives a ping, there's an alert, and there are errors in your form. And if I can start tabbing.
Visited link. Please enter your name. List 3 items.
Because this is an unordered list, it announces how many items there are in the list. So you immediately also know how many errors there are. Please enter your name. If I enter that.
Name required. Edit text. Main.
It jumps to the first field. Name.
Your name is missing. Give your first and last name.
Okay, I'll do that.
Name required. Edit text. R-I-A-N. Rian.
Yeah, sorry. It's Rian.
Your name is missing. Give your first and last name.
Okay.
Email required. Edit text. Your email at HUP@HUP.NL. HUP.NL.
Okay.
I agree with the privacy policy. Required unticked. Tick box. I agree with the privacy policy. Tick box.
Okay.
Visited link. Read our privacy policy. Subscribe button.
Okay, what happens now?
Thank you for subscribing.
Now the screen reader user gets feedback. This can do with some styling, I know, but this is the principle, how it works. In WordPress, we have a very elegant way to add area live to your code. They are not depending on elements being in the DOM or not. It's a JavaScript method called wp.a11y.speak, and it's included into WordPress core. There is documentation on how to do that on the Accessibility Handbook of WordPress. That's on make.wordpress.org/accessibility/handbook. And there with the development best practices, there's a chapter about WP Speak. Let's look at another kind of dynamic change in the form. This is a very simplified form for ordering a t-shirt. Now on sale, get one for only 10 euros. You can select a size and an amount. The total price is calculated and there's a submit button with order. Right, how does that sound?
Voice over on Safari. Let's calculate. Window, toolbar.
Okay, I'll jump to the size.
Lessons test top, medium. Size, pop-up button, main.
Okay, I'll select a large.
3 items, tick, medium. Closing menu, large. Size, pop-up button.
Okay, I'll select an amount.
1, amount. Pop-up button. Menu 3 2. Closing menu. 3, amount. Pop-up button.
Right. And then, if you can see, you see total price is 30 euros.
Order button.
How can you solve this for a screen reader? There are several ways. Let me talk you through them. Okay. In this case, the total price is added into a paragraph. So what we can do is add area live. Then, if it changes, it will be announced. Area live is, let's choose polite. What happens?
Voice over on Safari. Let's calculate. Window, toolbar.
Okay, I'll jump quickly to amount.
Leaving toolbar. Entering 1, amount.
Okay.
Pop-up button.
I'll select 2.
Menu 3 items, tick 1, 2. Closing menu. 2, amount. Pop-up button. 20.
It announces 20. Why is that?
Voice over off.
If you look at area live is polite, it's listening in this container, total price, euro, and the span with the amount. And it only announces the changes within. And the only thing that changes is the number. So we have to tell to announce everything inside the container. And that's with area atomic is true. Then everything is announced. Let's see what happens.
Voice over on Safari. Let's calculate. Window, leaving toolbar. And 1, amount.
Okay.
Pop-up button.
I'll change the amount.
Menu 3, 2, 3. Closing menu. 3, amount. Pop-up button. Total price, euros, 30.
Okay, this makes sense. So everything is announced, but it's not really attached to anything in the form. So if someone changes things and goes over the form, the information is not repeated, only on when the change happens. Now we saw several ways to solve this. You can add an area described by to the amount, pointing to the total price. So if someone focuses the amount, also the total price is announced. Think about this. What will be the best way for your use case? Is it the best way to add it to your order button with an ARIA label? Personally, I think in this case, you don't need ARIA at all. What about making it a read-only field, solving it with HTML? We have a label for total with the total price. And then you have an input field with the ID is total, and that's read-only, and has an initial value of 10. Right. In your use case or form, this may be far more complex, but I just want to show you the basics so you can think about if this way may be better for you. How does this work? There's a field added, total price, and initial value of 10. Let's listen to the screen reader.
Voice over on Safari. Let's calculate. Window. Toolbar.
Okay.
Leaving toolbar. Entering let's calculate web content. Medium. Size. Pop-up button. Main. 1. Amount. Pop-up button. Menu 3 at 2. Closing menu. 2. Amount. Pop-up button. 20. Content selected. Total price. Text. Order. Button.
So now the price is always announced, even if it's the initial price, in a normal HTML5 form field. Think about this. I hope these demos were useful for you to get a better idea how ARIA works and how you can use it and test for it. Please try this at home. And now I'd like to answer a question I get a lot from developers and designers. Can I use Select 2? The short answer is no. And I will explain to you why. This is the demo page of Select 2. It's on select2.org/getting-started/basic-usage. Here you have first a normal select, and after that, what you can turn it into. Now this normal select doesn't have a label. I will tell you this because we're going to read through this with the screen reader. So this should have a label like select a state, but it doesn't. Okay. And then there's an example code, an example where you, with a search box, and you can select a state with your mouse if you want to. And if you search for new, you get all the states with the word. I will start with the screen reader.
Voice over on Safari. Basic usage vertical line select to the jQuery replacement for select boxes. Window. Toolbar.
Okay. I will tap to the first select box.
Leaving toolbar. Link. Getting started. Link. Anchor link for single select boxes.
Okay, here it goes.
Alaska. Pop-up button.
Okay, it's a pop-up button. It's called Alaska. There's no label, whatever. If I use the arrow key, I can go through the options.
Menu 55 items. Tick. Alaska. Hawaii. Pacific time zone. Blend. California. Nevada. Oregon. Washington. Arizona.
Sometimes,
Mountain time zone. Blend.
sometimes Safari a bit of hesitates.
Arizona. Idaho.
Okay. If Safari would work properly, then everything is announced, also the dimmed section headings. This is regular HTML5. Okay, I'll select Idaho.
Closing menu. Idaho. Pop-up button.
Now I go to the example.
Alaska. Alaska. Menu pop-up. Menu pop-up combo box.
Okay. Normally, I open this with the arrow down.
Less than select class equals JS example basic single.
No, that doesn't work. It jumps out of it. So I move up again.
Idaho. Pop-up. Alaska. Alaska. Menu pop-up combo box.
I press enter.
Search text field. Blank.
Okay, the search text field without a label. Okay, I will want to see if I can look New York up.
N-E-W. New.
It gives no feedback on what's happening below. So if I want to select something, maybe I'll arrow down and I can select it. I can select it, but I hear nothing. And I have no idea to get out of this, then to select something. Okay, return.
New Mexico. New Mexico. Menu pop-up combo box.
Okay. So this doesn't work well. You get not the proper feedback for a screen reader about what you search for, how to select it, what the select options are. I hope you get the point. If you create something like this, you have to test it with all kinds of different devices. User test. Because Select 2 doesn't work for everyone. and you want people to contact you, order with you, subscribe to your newsletter. Make that as easy as possible. Make that as predictable as possible. I want to quote Hayden Pickering, people don't want to be delighted. They want to do what they came for and then get on with their lives. That doesn't mean that your form needs to be ugly. It can be pretty and also usable for as many people as possible. And that's the extra challenge. Discuss this with your designer. I will end my ranting here. If you want to learn more about how to create and code accessible web projects, I'd highly recommend you taking a course at the Alley Collective at a11y-collective.com. My colleagues and I created courses for everyone involved in a web project. Business owners, stakeholders, project managers, content managers, designers, and of course, developers. The course about accessible code will launch very soon. But to start, there's also a basic course where you can get a broad overview of what accessibility actually is. If you're not sure, take the free tryout course to get an impression of what the courses are like. I hope you got an idea on how ARIA can make a form understandable and give proper feedback. If you depend on a plugin for your forms, check if the plugin uses ARIA to describe and give feedback. If labels are properly connected to the form controls. Now you know where to look out for. Research this before you implement a plugin on your production website. You want everyone to be able to understand your form, of course. Well, I hope I gave you a lot of homework. And I hope you got a better understanding on how people use the web and your forms in a different way. Thank you for listening. Please be safe.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Rian, for the talk.
Sorry for taking so much time. I'm really
No, it's
so
okay.
sorry.
But don't worry about it. I mean, thank you very much. We don't have time for questions, but
No, it's okay.
everybody, the questions are going to be on the website, and you can answer the questions over there. Thank you very much for your time. And I mean, that's the last talk that I will be hosting. The next hosting will be at Med. Don't forget to attend the next talk. Your CMS is an accessible assistance by...
Yeah, I really would recommend your next talk. That will be an awesome talk. Yeah.
Okay. It will be 8 UTC time. And thank you very much. Have a good day. See you in a bit. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Hidde.
Hello everyone, welcome once again to WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. My name is Ahmed Kavishayan and I'm working as a Business Development Manager at Rietveld. I'm also a regular contributor to the Making WordPress documentation, design, polyglots, accessibility, hosting community, learn WordPress and marketing team. I will be your host for this session. You're here for the 8 a.m. UTC talk with Hidde the Vries. Please feel free to add your questions to the YouTube chat and we'll answer those at the end. Your content management system plays a decisive part in creating accessible content. Suggest the authoring tools accessibility guideline, ATAG. Whenever a content designer creates content, the CMS could help with the accessibility of it. For instance, when a designer drops in an image, the CMS could point to the ideal text alternative or calculate the consequences for color contrast. In this talk, you will learn more about what ATAG is and how, with ATAG in mind, CMSs can personally assist content editors on their way to a more accessible website. The speaker for this talk, Hidde, is a web developer and accessibility specialist. at the W3C's Web Accessibility Initiative, or WAI, based in Rotterdam, Netherlands. As part of the WAI Guide project, he works on the accessibility of authoring tools like CMSs and website creators and guidance that supports the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG. He has over 10 years of experience working as a freelance front-end developer and accessibility person for organizations like Mozilla and the Dutch government. On his blog, he writes regularly about reusable components, CSS, and web accessibility, which brings to the session, your CMS is an accessibility assistant. Take it away, Hidde.
Hello, this is Hidde, and I'm here today to talk about how your CMS could be seen as an accessibility assistant and how that can help organizations, including maybe the clients or the users of a CMS. Very briefly about myself, I work as an accessibility specialist at the W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, where I work at the Web Accessibility Initiative. We have a website which I'd like to plug. On our website, there's loads of information about web accessibility, about planning, designing, developing, testing, advocating, and training for web accessibility. So many people don't know about all these amazing resources that are on this website. So I thought I'd mention it. But disclaimer, I do work on some of the content for this site. Now, I focus mostly in my work on authoring tools. And authoring tools, if you're not familiar with that phrase, they are tools that create web content. And with that, as probably won't surprise you, they are also tools that can improve a lot of web accessibility at once. That is a very exciting prospect, I think, and I'll be talking a lot today about how we can make that a reality. How can we really employ authoring tools to improve accessibility in many places at once. Now first, let's look at a couple of examples of authoring tools. We're talking about things like WYSIWYG editors, course creators, learning management systems, or anything that they use in online education, very important in times of COVID. Content management systems, of course, Wikipedia, your Save as HTML functionality, social media, form generators, site builders. Lots of these different things all have in common that they create content for the web, or that they provide some sort of interface for their users to create something that will ultimately live on the web. Now, specifically about CMSs, as we're at WordPress Accessibility Day, you can think of the authoring tool as the CMS itself, and I imagine some people watching this today work on WordPress core, or have provided some patches for it, or maybe considering contributing to WordPress. But others may be working on plugins like form builders, custom field managing stuff, things where you can manage events or social media, cookie banners even, just anything that you could plug into a website and that will also create web content. It will also be considered as an authoring tool. And when I talk about CMSs in this talk, I very much also mean plugins and themes as well. Now, the web is meant to work for everyone. That is a point that we take very seriously at the W3C. This is a photograph of Sir Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the web, who was at the opening ceremony of the London Olympics in 2012. And he made these 4 words appear: "This is for everyone." Now, I think, and I haven't checked this with him personally, but I think you could interpret this in various ways. One is that the web should be available for everyone to kind of get onto the web. So, of course, you need to get a cable subscription or go to a library and maybe pay to use a computer. But ultimately, the web is available for everyone. This is for everyone. Secondly, I think everyone can have a website on the web as well. You don't need to apply for a permit at your local government or something like that, or do something very special. You need to have a web server or rent one. You can put some HTML on there and make it available on the URL. So in that sense, it's also for everyone. And the third way that you could read this is for everyone, is as this is something that should work for everyone, including people with disabilities. And that is the definition that we use at Way. Making the web work for people with disabilities is what web accessibility is about. We want to make sure that this is for everyone. Now, to that extent, at Way we have 3 web standards that are about the accessibility of web content ultimately. Now, many people will be familiar with the WCAG standard, which stands for the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. But there's 2 more sets of guidelines that are very closely related and that together really create that picture of an accessible web. So there is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines about web content itself. But what about the software that people use to access web content? Browsers or user agents. There's a specific standard for that, the User Agent Accessibility Guidelines, UAG. And what about the software that creates web content, authoring tools? And for that we have the Authoring Tools Accessibility Guidelines. So together these 3 standards, they all say something about the accessibility of web content, about the content itself, about the software we use to view the content, and about the software we use to create the content. Now, authoring tools are very important, and CMS is with that. They're essential in this picture of web accessibility, because if we get it right in authoring tools, we'll be able to include more content creators. We can have more people publish stuff on the web. And the second reason that I think authoring tools are so important and exciting is that content creators may be allowed to fix accessibility problems before their website goes live. It is the central theme of what I want to say today. Now, the standard for authoring tools, as I said, is ATAG, with the latest iteration, ATAG 2.0. Now, in ATAG, and I'll talk about a lot of ATAG today, but if you want to read it at your own pace, you can visit the source called ATAG at a Glance. It's a page that has a bulleted list of the main points that are in the ATAG standard. So that is something you could review at your own pace, but today we'll also go through a bunch of different guidelines that are in ATAG, success criteria. And I hope to give you a good overview of what you can find in ATAG and how it can really help end users and people who edit content on the web. Now, the ATAG standard consists of 2 parts. The first part is about the editing experience, so the content editing itself, the backend, so to say. And the second part is about the output of content. I'll focus mostly on output today, but also talk a bit about what we can do to improve the editing experience for people with disabilities. Yeah, let's look at that first. So part A of ATAG is about the accessibility of the editing experience. So the very first success criterion, A111, is about making sure that your interface conforms to the WCAG standard. And part of that, of course, is making sure that your interface works with text zoom. It's something I heard a lot from users when I talk to them for my work, is when they zoom in the interface, it's not as easy for them to use the interface, or sometimes the interface becomes completely unusable. So testing with text zoom is one thing you can do. Text alternatives for icons. It's very common these days to have interfaces that consist of just icons. So if you work on a plugin or a theme or something that has an editing interface where icons are the main thing you click on, make sure that there's text alternatives for them so that there's an accessible name somewhere in the source code. Make it work with a keyboard is another great advice, and that includes things like visible focus so that you can see at all times where you are on the page before you interact with something, and that you can use all controls. So that includes all form fields, anchors, and buttons. Another recommendation in ATAG is about displaying previews accessibly, because most content management systems or authoring tools in general, plugins as well, will have some way to preview the content that you're working on. And this criterion is about making sure that that content is accessible as well. Or you can think of things like helping with spelling. Some people may have dyslexia and they're editing some content. You can help them a great deal by helping them correct their spelling. Now that's a bit about the first part of ATAG, improving the editing experience, but what I really promised to talk about today is how your CMS could be an accessibility assistant. And in that sense, support the production of accessible content, as the official name is for part B of ATAG. And for that, let's talk a bit about what accessible content is. It is things like that you have tables with headers, that you have forms with the appropriate labels, that you have hero images with plenty of contrast, that videos are captioned, that you can have multilingual content with the right language attributes, that everything is nested according to specification, that carousels can pause, and that you have sensible heading structure. So all of these things, they contribute to more accessible content. So for your end users, for the people using the website or web content that you're creating, all of these things need to be in order. So if we want to have a good accessibility assistant, it should assist with all of these different things. And usually they could be different products, right? Because sometimes you might have a plugin specifically for creating tables or one specifically for creating forms. So they could be specialized products that focus on these specific tasks. And an accessibility assistant would of course help avoid inaccessible content. So it would avoid things like tables with no headers. It would avoid things like form fields that have no names, illegible text, captionless videos, multilingual content that doesn't have the right lang attributes, non-standard nesting, carousels that don't have a pause button, and headings for the wrong reasons. So a CMS that really helps you get your accessibility right will maybe warn you for these kinds of mistakes, or it will generate markup that doesn't have these problems, and provide templates that comes with the right stuff. So that's what this is all about. We want to avoid inaccessible content for our end users ultimately, and we want to help the people that are using our products, like our CMS or our plugin or our team. We want to help them avoid inaccessible content so that they can ship a website that is accessible and find problems before they ship it, ideally. So a great CMS can really help content managers make their content more accessible. Think about things like when content is created, it is accessible, which is the success criterion 112, B112 in the ATAC standard. And that is about things like, you need to make sure that it's nested according to the standard. You want to make sure there's no empty links inside of this content. Sometimes to make content accessible, you need some more information. So maybe you need to prompt the user for required accessibility information, like a caption for a table, an alternative text for an image or for video. Those sorts of things you would need to prompt for if you know that could cause an accessibility problem, and you rely on the content editor to provide the information. You'll need to prompt for it. So captions for tables, alt text for images, and labels for form fields are just some examples of things that you could prompt for. Or when content is generated, maybe there could be automated accessibility checks. Or if it can only be checked manually, maybe the tools should suggest to the user to do a manual check. For instance, if it's about the heading structure of the page, or if it is about text alternatives, maybe they are centrally managed and you want the user to make sure that the text alternative makes sense for this specific use case. For instance, a photo of a speaker, but their name is also in the content. So maybe at that point you would want a 0, or you would want an empty alternative text rather than repeat the name of the speaker. So that sort of thing that requires a manual check, someone who knows the content and understands it to go through it. And as an authoring tool, as a CMS, you could actually provide the right instructions and help the user to figure out how to make their content accessible. 211 is about allowing to create accessible content. So not everyone realizes this, but there are a lot of authoring tools out there that don't provide or don't allow for entering accessible content. For instance, if you upload a video, if there's no caption, it isn't accessible. But if your video widget doesn't have a caption button, then the user cannot create an accessible video with your authoring tool. Or if there's no alternative text option. And some social media, for instance, only recently added the option to add alternative text. And there is a bunch of social media out there that still don't have that option available. So even if users want to create accessible content, they are not able to because there's no option for alternative text. So for image fields, that means there should be an alternative text field, and for video players, there should be an upload button for captions. And this is specifically important for those creating plugins that deal with video or images. Make sure that people can manage their alternative text so that they can create accessible content in the first place. Something else that ATAC recommends is to have accessible templates for the most common use cases, and to be able to filter for that. I know there is a filter available in the WordPress directory of different themes. So that is another important way that you can help content editors make the right decisions. And there's B251, which says that you should provide accessible UI components, or as the specification calls it, pre-authored content. So when you provide something like a carousel or tabs component, and users can add that into the page, make sure that they are accessible by default, so that the content editor doesn't need to do anything. It just ships as an accessible component. So it makes a lot of sense to spend time on accessibility if you provide something like a carousel tool, because everyone who's going to use your plugin is going to have a more accessible website. So it's going to have a huge effect if you spend that extra time on accessibility for all of those end users specifically. Now here's some interpretation of B311, which is, why not warn users when they introduce a color contrast issue? Say you work at an agency and a designer has produced this beautiful header with a dark photo of a black cat with white text on top of it. It has perfect contrast and it's been checked according to the accessibility guidelines. This is good, it passes all the tests. But then someone decides to replace the photo with one of Korean food in this case, and it is a perfectly valid photo, but it is very light and the text is also light. So at this point, when we drop in this photo, we've introduced a color contrast issue. Now it's possible to programmatically detect color contrast problems, and with that you could provide a warning for the content author that something is going wrong here. You could say, well, there's not enough contrast. Maybe there should be background color painted behind this text to fix the problem. Or in some cases, a larger text or a bolder font could be just enough to address the problem. Something else that you could do is to add a spell checker to content fields. I have a button here that says SWB mid, which I guess for visual sighted users, they might parse that in their head and see that it probably says submit because the W looks so much like a U. But if you are trying to use some assistive technology, it's going to be pretty tricky to use this button. And it's going to read it out weirdly in a screen reader. If you use something like naturally speaking, it's going to be hard to identify this specific button. So if there was a spell checker, you could avoid these accessibility problems altogether. Something else that you could automatically do is report readability levels. And I think I've seen this in some SEO plugins. But it's also a very valid thing to do for accessibility, to make sure that the text is nice and easy to read. You could have readability levels warn the user when they've added text that's too complicated and maybe help them fix the problems there as well. Something else that the standard recommends is to provide accessible examples. So if you work on documentation, you can do a great deal as well about accessibility of your CMS or plugin by making sure that all of the examples really help the user to get their accessibility right. Sometimes that means the stuff that maybe gets copy-pasted, really ensuring that everything there is perfectly accessible. Sometimes it means providing the right guidelines, like, if you leave this field empty, there won't be alternative text, so make sure you put something in there or explain kind of how alternative text works. So it's really putting in that extra mile and making sure that the example is accessible and really encourages good accessibility. So basically, a good CMS can encourage more accessible content and help people get their accessibility right. Now, I've talked about the standard quite a bit, but I think one of the exciting things about authoring tools that help with accessibility is that they can really help with your process. Let's look now at when in the process authoring tools can help. Now, process is a bit of a tricky subject, I think, because whoever you talk to, depending on their organization, they will have different ways of organizing their projects. Now, this is an example of a process that your organization might be following if it follows the waterfall principles. So you might start with some planning and strategy sessions, then do interaction design, then visual design, then development, then QA, then launch. You might have a process that is much more multidisciplinary. So you might have all the disciplines working together in iterations. That could be a thing in sprints or doing something like Scrum. Or you might be going back and forward between these phases, like going back from launch to strategy or to interaction design, or sometimes maybe from QA to design. whatever you're doing, I think there is a lot to say about where authoring tools fit into the process. For instance, if you're working in planning and strategy, you can make a huge difference by choosing an authoring tool that supports accessibility in the ways that I outlined before. So adopting a lot of the principles in ATAC and really helping the user to get their accessibility right can really help in the long run, because if that's the case, then later on in the process, it will be much easier for the organization to create web pages that are accessible. In the interaction design phase, you could spend a great deal on how content should be authored in an accessible manner. You could test the authoring process with people with disabilities if user testing is part of your interaction design discipline. If you're doing visual design, you could provide guidelines for customizing color so that contrast works well. You could work on accessible examples like large enough touch targets. All these sorts of things can help you in the design phase to make sure that anyone who's authoring web pages later on, because you might not be designing every single web page, it might happen in the templating phase, and then content people might work with the designs that were created. So providing some guidelines there can really help in the authoring phase. When we're talking about development, you can make a great difference by picking a theme that has accessibility support or a plugin with accessibility support. Because again, you'll help people who create web content to do that in a more accessible manner, or sometimes get a lot of accessibility for free if there's a carousel component or something that was built accessibly. When it comes to QA, you could embed automated accessibility tests in the authoring process. So for instance, if someone creates a new page and presses save, that there are some tests that are running automatically. If you have some test automation engineers in your team, take advantage of them and let them help make the authoring process more valuable as well in terms of accessibility. And then when you launch, you may have something that is much more accessible than if you wouldn't have done all those things. Because many websites are launched without much regard for accessibility, sadly. That still happens. And those websites might find that they then hire accessibility consultants, get a big list of issues that they've never thought of, and it might take them a lot more time to work through all of those issues. So if you start very much in the planning phase and think about accessibility in all of these different phases, and I know that's not a new thing, but I just want to say that that really makes a big difference. And if you think of authoring in all of these phases, that can really help create much more accessible things by default. Now, it may be clear to you by now that at Way we find authoring tools a really important part of web accessibility. And to that extent, we're doing a number of things to improve the situation. The first thing is, I just wanted to mention that if the ATAC standard itself is a bit of a long read, there is also the Implementing ATAC 2.0 document that has rationale and intent for each of the success criteria and a bunch of different practical examples. And I've taken some of the examples in this presentation from there as well. It helps to understand ATAC a bit better if you get stuck in the main ATAC document. Now, something that I'm involved with personally is something called the Way Guide project. Now, one thing that we're creating as part of that to help people use the authoring process that I just outlined, right? We're really putting authoring tools at the front and center to help you get your accessibility right. We want to help people find tools that support accessibility. So we created a list of authoring tools where you can filter by ATAC criteria and find tools that support accessibility. Now, this is all still dummy data that you can see here. It's not live yet. But we are working on getting our first entries into the list, and if you create a tool that you think qualifies for this, that has accessibility support, and that meets one or more of the ATAC criteria, do get in touch. I'd be interested to hear from you. At the same time, we're also working on something called the ATAC report tool, where you can report on ATAC criteria. So you can fill in some details, then you go to each of the guidelines, and then you will say whether it passes or fails, and you can fill in some information about each of them. Now, this is kind of on on an optional basis. So each of these are optional. You can fill in the ones that you want to showcase. So if you particularly deal with one of the criteria well, then you fill in those, maybe leave the others empty. Of course, we want to have as many criteria as possible. That will also make it easier for people to find your tool in our list. But yeah, we welcome reports this way as well. In this tool, you are able to create a report in JSON or HTML. And you can also publish that on your website to showcase how well you meet ATAG. And ultimately, you would be able to create a listing in the authoring tools list that we're working on. At the moment, there's not that connection yet because it's still in its early phases. But yeah, very much interested to hearing your feedback on this tool as well. Now, going to conclusions, what I wanted to share with you today is very much that CMSs are essential for an accessible web. It won't surprise you as people who work on CMSs and plugins and maybe themes even. But your work is very important for web accessibility. I hope this talk gave some more insights in more ways that it does. Now, secondly, I think CMSs should really help content editors get their accessibility right. And I hope in this talk I've outlined a number of ways in which they can. So yeah, hopefully we can really see our CMSs as accessibility assistants. And that's the question I want to leave you with. How would you turn your CMS, your plugin, your theme into a better assistant for web accessibility? For now, thanks very much for listening. You can find the slides on talks.hiddevries.nl. It's also going to have all the resources, links, and video, ultimately, I think. If you have any questions, feel free to get in touch. It's hidde@w3.org, or you can reach out on Twitter. Now, I'm going to be showing up in a live Q&A right after this. So with that, I want to just thank you for listening and shout out to the organizers of WordPress Accessibility Day. Thanks so much for putting this event on and inviting me to speak.
Thank you so much, Hidde, with that presentation. We actually was able to learn a lot of things that are very, very important to choosing CMSs. And we have a bunch of questions. So let's just start with the first one while a few more comes in. So the first question we have for you is, what would be the most important feature you must change in Gutenberg to be completely accessible? If you need to correct something, you could also do that.
Yeah, so I'm probably not the right person to ask because I don't work on Gutenberg. I think one very interesting presentation that would get you up to date with the latest on Gutenberg accessibility is by Joe Dolson at the WordPress campus. The video of that has recently been released, and I think that will give you a good overview of the stuff that that team is working on, sometimes struggling with, sometimes really massively improving. So there's a lot of work happening on Gutenberg, which I think is great. It's hard to make an editor of the future and also do it accessibly. So I admire the effort. I think it's there's lots of great work happening there. But I don't have too much to say about the actual issues there.
Awesome. Next one is your suggestion, if you know of any good tool for developers to test the different levels of accessibility, AA, or AAA.
Yeah, so those levels, they actually exist in multiple standards. So most people will refer to them when they look at the WCAG standard that has these three levels, A, AA, and AAA. The ATAG standard does as well. Now for the WCAG standard, there's a bunch of different automated test tools that try to interpret the rules that are in WCAG as test rules and run automatically. For ATAG, those don't really exist. So at W3C, we have this project called ACT Rules, where we try to bring different tool vendors together and work on test rules, harmonize those test rules so that every tool kind of interprets WCAG the same way. I think that's an interesting project to watch if you wanna know more about different rules that exist. But yeah, you can definitely test automatically for WCAG. That is good for if you're developing a CMS, because one of the ATAG guidelines is conform to WCAG. So that's good for the editing experience, but it's also good for the output. So if you check the page that is being generated or that the editor is working on. If you run that through some automated test tool, you might also be able to prevent some accessibility issues.
Great. So the next question is one of my favorite, and this one asks, why are we all focusing on WCAG and not also on ATAG? Is there a bias? Is there a priority when we're choosing?
It's a great question, and something we noticed at WAY as well, and kind of partly the reason why I'm now assigned to work on this. We would love more people to embrace ATAG and show the benefit of embracing ATAG, not just for people who make CMSs or sell plugins, but also for the companies that buy them. We feel like there's a unique selling point to be made because so many organizations are now required by law to be accessible. And if your tool can help them, you might be able to charge them more money. So we feel like there's a lot of benefit to looking at ATAG. It's not happening, or it wasn't happening so much. We see more uptake in the last year and more people talking about it. We heard Susanna talk earlier about the accessibility of authoring tools, and we have this conference day today. So there's more talk about it. And that is great. We see more people focus on it. But I think one of the main reasons is that WCAG is a standard that is embraced by so many governments worldwide. And the one thing that they put into legislation often, ATAG is not, but it can really help to meet that WCAG legislation. So I hope to have showed that a bit in this talk as well, that these things can really play together.
Awesome. Since we talked about the content management system being an accessibility assistant, the next few questions focuses on WordPress. So this is my personal question to you. How ready do you think WordPress is right now to serve as an accessibility assistant among the CMS that are out there?
Yeah, so I look at a lot of different CMSs for my work, and my work is vendor neutral, so to say. So I don't look too much at specifics. I do know in WordPress there are things like good options for alternative text for images. So there's clear information on what you should do there. I think that's very helpful. There is also something about color contrast, I remember, that will show you if you have the wrong color contrast and help you get it right. I think those are great features. I think there's a page structure thing as well. So there's a bunch of things in WordPress that really can help people get their accessibility right. But also work to do. I think people of the accessibility team and the organizer of this event will be more up to date with the things that are still being worked on.
Yeah, we can certainly look towards the future. So if you had to rate WordPress as an accessibility assistant, how would you rate it amongst A, AA, and AAA? I know it can get controversial, but up to you if you want to make any comments.
I cannot possibly comment on that because we look at all the different CMSs and we want everyone to meet as many criteria as possible. Good thing to mention there is that it's not about meeting all of ATAG or being completely compliant. Just like with WCAG, that is pretty hard to do and not many organizations do it. And they have to by law, but it's a continuous process. When one person updates one image, it could be inaccessible. The point is really to meet as many of these criteria as possible, and every little bit really helps. And we see that a lot that organizations are doing that, and also that CMSs are making small improvements, and they are all helpful. And the end users will be happy with these improvements, I think.
I must admit, Hidde, that our talk is certainly sparking a little bit of conversation in the chat feed. We're getting a few more questions as we speak. We have time. So the next question is on Craft CMS. Is Craft CMS much better than WordPress in terms of the accessibility of the editor? Thoughts?
Are you referring to the W3C choice of CMS? There?
I suppose so. That's the question.
So I'd really like to refer to the blog post that were published about this because I had a tiny part in discussing this internally, of course. The main points are we found not many tools meet all of the criteria that we need, and that's a lot of different criteria. So we need an accessible CMS. We need a CMS that supports internationalization, because we work with a global community. Bunch of different things basically that we've decided our CMS choice based on. Accessibility was one of them. And in my work, I really tried to convince other organizations to do what we did, make accessibility part of that choice, because it's going to help you in the process, like I showed in the slides. They did that. So the vendor that we hired for the new website, they looked at these different aspects and also at accessibility. And they looked at how they feel it is going to improve. And that is, that's a difficult thing to assess, because you cannot look into the future. But yeah, it seems like for them that the craft CMS had more commitment, maybe also from the top, to make their accessibility features better. But yeah, maybe WordPress will be a better choice for other organizations. It's really tricky to say, and I can't comment in too much detail about that.
No, that's fair enough, Hidde, and I think I can understand where you're coming from. So such forum where we discuss and we try to assess CMSs if they're accessibility ready. So such questions are quite realistic, I suppose. But then again, I request you to go through our website and answer the question. I'm sure you will be given the link later. Also, viewers, we've also shared the slides to the presentation by Hidde. Before I can ask you the last question. So the last one says, have you tried to use ACF and a headless front end as editor to get accessibility content creation?
Yes, not in my capacity at the W3C, but I do have some personal experience with that. Something in general you could say about So ACF is an advanced custom field, right? So you define your own fields. And what's interesting about that is that you could have just strings of text that people put in, and then you can invent your own markup around that. So you control all of the accessibility. You could do it badly and you could do it greatly, right? So like I mentioned, some CMSs don't have the option to add captions to a video. If you create your own fields, then you can create a field for captions. So you can really control that yourself and make it more of an accessibility assistant in a way as well, because you could explain why they need captions, do it in a way that is the perfect tone of voice and that will inspire people to do it rather than make them annoyed. Because I saw someone asked, like, how can we avoid that people choose a different CMS if we confront them with accessibility too much. So yeah, if we have that positive tone of voice, and that's something you can really control if you define your own fields. So yeah, that's if you are an integrator with WordPress, then I think that makes a lot of sense to try and define your own fields and get full control over what these fields look like and what they say.
Thank you so much, Hidde, with your time, your effort, and patience with the questions. Before we can wrap up, I would like to ask you one personal question. How would you like the stakeholders out there who can make a difference to initiatives such as WordPress Accessibility Day? We know this is only happening for the first time. What if you had had the platform, if you had a voice, what would your message be out there for the people who can make the difference?
The difference in choosing...
In making such initiatives better and more accessible.
Like today's event or
today's event. Yep. Yes. Thank you.
That's a tricky one. I don't know. I mean, there's captions, so that's good. I don't know. I haven't looked too much into the accessibility aspects of today's event.
I'm sure we will have your support for the future. So on that note, we come to the end of this session. Your CMS is an accessibility assistant. I want to personally thank Hidde for being patient enough and answering all the questions. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to Harish, who has been acting as the moderator for this session, posting the questions on our site. Also, I would like to give a huge shout out to the session manager, Stefano, working in the background. So I also would like to thank everyone for attending with Hidde and myself. You can continue the conversation using #WPAD, #WPAD2020. at the rate of WP accessibility. Don't forget to attend the next talk. If it's true, it ain't bragging. Choosing a CMS for accessibility with Mitchell Evan and myself right at 9 a.m. UTC here in the same time. Until that happens, see you right here after the break. Thank you so much, Hidde. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much for having me.
Hello, this is Mitchell Effen with a sound check.
Hello, everyone. Once again, welcome to WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. My name is Ahmed Kabir Chayon, and I'm working as a business development manager at Rietveld. I'm also a regular contributor to the Making WordPress documentation, design, polyglots, accessibility, hosting community, Learn WordPress and Marketing team. I will be your host for this session. You're here for the 9 a.m. UTC talk with Mitchell Evan. Please feel free to add your questions to the YouTube chat feed and we'll answer those at the end. So when selecting a content management system, you're already asking, can it produce an accessible website? But a simple yes to that question is not always enough. In this presentation, you will learn how to ask more detailed questions to find out the reality behind accessibility claims. This talk focuses on the following: how to use accessibility standards for authoring tools to help answer the detailed question, WCAG 2.0 and 2.1, US and EU public procurement standards, ATAG. The importance of the prompts requirement, how to read a VPAT report skeptically, what to look for in a trustworthy accessibility report, ATAG's unique extra conformance requirements, why we should treat ATAG as required, even when it's not explicitly listed in policy. The speaker of the session, Mitchell Evan, has coached design and development teams for 9 years, harnessing his ADHD creativity to achieve enterprise-scale accessibility through the power of authoring tools, UI frameworks, and design systems. Most recently, he led the VPAT reporting practice at Level Access, applying International Accessibility Standard WCAG 2.1, Section 508, and EN 301549 to the web application, native software, authoring tools, and two-way communications. Mitchell recently moved from San Francisco to Berlin to help build delightfully inclusive technology in the new era of European accessibility directives, which brings to the session, if it's true, it ain't bragging, choosing a CMS for accessibility. Mitchell, welcome to WordPress Accessibility Day. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for the introduction. And can you see my first title slide okay?
We are just waiting for your slides to be shared.
Oh,
just
right.
share this slide. No
We'll do
problem.
that again. We'll do that
Sure.
again. How about now?
That's that worked. We can see your slides.
Okay, you can see the full screen.
Yes, we do. Take it away.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you, Ahmed, and welcome, folks. If it's true, it ain't bragging. Choosing a CMS, a content management system for accessibility. As Ahmed said, my name is Mitchell Evan. And I want to start by, if anybody does not see the screen and wants the slides, bit.ly/CMSbrag, bit.ly/CMSbrag. And these slides are Creative Commons with some special requirements if you want to remix and reuse them. So I'm going to start with a thought-provoking question to warm up. Who chooses your content management system? And this is a question that's going to be answered by different people in different roles in different ways. Ponder for a moment. You might be very new to content management. You might be a core contributor to WordPress. But who chooses the content management system that you use? It could be a lot of different people. This session today is especially for the content management system decision makers, but it's also for everybody. Decision makers could also be known as buyers. Some people, buy software for their company or agency, but even if you don't spend money on it, you're investing your time. So you're a buyer either way. You could be an IT architect. You could be a template designer and developer. You could be a small business owner. Of course, there's a huge number of people who invest their time and energy and money into content management systems as a small business owner. Anybody who chooses a template, you may be given the content management system, but you choose a template or install a plugin or activate a plugin, you're really modifying the content management system. So you're a decision maker as well. For everybody else, let's say you're just an author. You are an influencer. You may need to influence the next generation of content management systems. If you find that the one you're using is not up to what you need, for accessibility. Now, probably a lot of people on this call are on WordPress, which is quite good. So influence what it can do, so that when you choose your current or next content management system, it's really an investment in accessibility. How to choose your CMS. Here it is in one slide. Choose WordPress. 38% of the internet can't be wrong. Isn't that right? We are all here for Accessibility Day. That's just a joke. Here I'm going to go step by step, a little bit more nuanced in that. How to choose your content management system. I'm going to say that maybe it's more like 2 steps. Step 1, ask what the content management system can do, and then verify that that's true. And so, the rest of this is really going to be breaking down into those 2 themes, ask and verify. Unfortunately, there's more than 3 slides in this deck. Today, I believe that choosing a content management system for accessibility is harder than it should be. And I'll give a couple of perspectives on this. This is from the EU, the European Union, We For Authors project, which concluded this year. One of the conclusions is procurers, that's buyers, find it difficult to validate which company can be trusted when it comes to accessibility. And that is borne out by the fact that even though just a week ago was the deadline for the entire EU public sector to have all of their websites accessible, many really haven't met that or have met it partially. With so much content built on content management, certainly training and learning curves are part of that, but we have to look to the content management systems themselves. And these gaps really matter. And I'm going to read this entire next large quote because I think it really sums up the importance of getting this right. And this is from Kyle, who runs digital accessibility for Harvard University. If making something accessible turns into a process where you have to be a secondary subject matter expert, it's not going to happen. These faculty are brilliant at what they do, and we need to make it easy for them to share and disseminate information. Today, some of the research being done is a matter of life and death, issues critical to society. I don't think I need to add any more to what Kyle said. That really just shows. And I should mention that Kyle himself is a user with a visual disability, and so. This perspective I feel like is just really, we should really pay attention to a perspective like this and say, what can we do to make this better? Because if it's not accessible, we want to think of it as not functional. By now, if you've watched some of these presentations, I think people have said different things in different ways. But I'll add a way of looking at this is thinking of accessibility not as a feature or an add-on, but as just a measure of, does it work? And of course, you want your content to work for people. When it is accessible, people with disabilities can use it, and anybody can use it. We've seen images like this. Here's one more of a gently rising ramp on a beautiful hillside. It's for everybody. So those 2 steps. Step 1, asking what the content management system can do. We're going to ask or look for, you can ask Google, your favorite search engine. Ask for accessibility statements. And good news, I highlighted a couple here. WordPress has a very nicely formatted one. Drupal as well. I want to give a good honorable mention to Wix. For those who have been following over the years, I would say I myself used to, if somebody asked me what's a terrible system for accessibility, I would have pointed to Wix. They are really turning it around. So give them kind of an honorable mention, and their own documentation on accessibility has really become quite good. I'll give them like a real turnaround success story. Now, again, we're not done with this presentation. If this were the whole answer, we could end it here. Of course, we need to scrutinize these things because nothing is 100% complete. We're going to talk about kind of what to look for. What is so important to look for in these accessibility statements. And now these are general kind of prose sorts of statements. A statement of commitment. They always start with this: we are committed to accessibility. And that's not worth much, but it's a public statement of commitment. And so we can, the fact that it's there, it's not worthless. It means we should hold that, whoever says publicly, I'm committed to accessibility, it's the rest of us to hold them to that. And what are some details that help us do that? In the case of content management systems, it's really important to tell users how to configure it for accessibility. In the case of WordPress, accessibility ready themes that we've heard about, accessibility ready themes. Drupal has core modules. Both have plugins, and as we've heard, plugins can break accessibility. So really having that information available, kind of a go, no go on accessibility with this type of stuff. The statements should say how they've assessed their own accessibility, or better yet, using a third-party audit, an independent reviewer to say what is accessible. There are going to be known issues. There are known issues in all of these content management systems, and they should disclose them so we know what to do about them. We know what works and what doesn't today, and hopefully be able to either use workarounds or really choose whether to use that system. A remediation plan, a roadmap for what to do about it is really important when you're ready to invest your time and or money into a new system. Okay, if it's getting there, is it being actively worked on? And and I'd really say last but not least, a feedback channel for improvements. Even if a system is perfect today, technology changes, browsers, assistive technology, the world changes, and it's not realistic for accessibility to be bug-free at every moment. We want that. We want all software to be completely bug-free at every moment. But users, of course, always find things, and not just for accessibility. And so having a feedback channel is also kind of a vote in favor of this organization producing this content management system is actually committed to accessibility, because if they are, they will want to hear from users. So we talked just now about accessibility statements. There's another thing called a conformance report, and this really gets into more detail. And for content management systems specifically, you've heard from others, and there's plentiful information on the internet just about, content accessibility, just like, is a website accessible? Content management systems have some additional important specific requirements. The first one may be obvious, but it's good to split it out. Allowed. Is it possible? Does the system allow the user to create accessible content? Is that even possible? Well, I've heard a lot about that in these presentations. I didn't catch Hidde's presentation. I was preparing for this one. I regret doing that. I'm going to come back and watch that later, but Hidde de Vries just presented on ATAG, the authoring tool accessibility guidelines, and they're really going to cover these next two. Prompting. Does the CMS prompt and guide authors to do that, to create accessible content? Not just possible, but actually encourage and surface the features that do that. And inclusive authoring, I call it, is a summary of the various features of the content creation process, content creation functions themselves. Can a person with disabilities use those? So these are kind of distinct. We're going to think about, remember these three as we go through, because we're going to get into a lot more detail on these. Now, the hard way to ask, well, what should be in these standards, in these reports, is to kind of look at all the regulations around the world, figure out what they require, They're going to vary a little bit. They're going to be in different languages, and figure out what the standards and how to report on them. Now, this is very logical, but this is harder. This is more complicated than you have to do it. And you're going to see some of that complexity, but then in the next slide, I'm going to show you how to simplify it down. So this is a sketch with some shortcuts here, some oversimplifications, but this is basically a picture of the world of accessibility standards and laws and policies and reporting as they apply to content management systems. So let me kind of work from the inside out here. So on the right, we've got WCAG 2.0, still by far the most common standard around the world in terms of countries and regions that use it. US and Canada use it. Add to that 12 new criteria for WCAG 2.1. So in case you're tuning in or you didn't want to really emphasize this, WCAG 2.1 is exactly WCAG 2.0 plus some more criteria and a conformance requirement. So if you meet WCAG 2.1, you're meeting WCAG 2.0. So that's the first simplification. The next layer out is, you'll see EN 301549. That is the European standard. The UK after Brexit is still using it. And it has more than, usually people think of it as just WCAG 2.1. But for certain types of products like authoring tool content management systems, it has some specific requirements for those. I call them the harmonized authoring tool criteria because you see the circled below, US uses very much those same authoring tool criteria in section 508. So, and then finally, ATAG adds its own more detailed criteria, and that's the blue bullet on the left there. If you don't see the screen, I've described the structure of this. And as I mentioned before, the slides are available at any point. This is a complicated graph. I do have a text alternative for it. So the point is that you could try to figure out all around the world what everybody's doing, but it boils down to these standards, ATAG, WCAG 2.1. If you meet those two standards, you're completely covering it for content management systems anywhere in the world. The whole world can use it. So I've done some analysis for you. You can, if you want to do less good stuff for your users, you can go and reanalyze the world and try to cut corners. But why not just keep it simple? WCAG 2.1, ATAG 2.0. Now, how to report on these? Some good news. Pretty obvious. You can do an ATAG report for ATAG. This one is still, especially in Europe, and we're on Europe time today, as really not so widely known, is there's a lot of people have heard of VPAT, the Voluntary Product Accessibility Template, but still a lot of people you talk to will say, oh, that's a United States thing. Since 2017, it's been international. It's covered both US Section 508 and EN 301. And now as of last year, it covers all of the standards that are listed here. So you don't need to go and invent a report format. You can use this format to report not just for the US. It continues to do that as it has always done, but now it reports, it's available for the EU. So we're gonna look a little bit more at what to expect in these kinds of reports. I believe it may be obvious, but I will remind folks we're covering a lot of material here. We'll definitely allow time for questions at the end, and please put those questions in the chat as we go, and we'll allow time for those, certainly within this time period. So one thing I want to highlight is you might have noticed that there were no countries listed on the ATAG. So who needs ATAG requirements? One answer is nobody. No law or regulation directly requires the authoring tool accessibility guidelines that I know of. If somebody knows differently, please put it in the chat. And yet I say that everybody should use the authoring tool accessibility guidelines because they reduce your risk of an inaccessible website. And it's the website that's produced that has the most scrutiny and the most users of anything in this system. And so why would you make it hard for authors to make things accessible and then resulting in more bugs on your websites? So it's completely voluntary, but I think a really good idea. So we're going to talk some more about, what are the differences and why that is. If you use these two reports, remember those questions I asked before, the questions down the left here, the key questions of is accessible content allowed possible? Is creation of accessible content prompted? Is the process of it inclusive? Is the authoring process inclusive? And so this just shows what those different standards and reports cover. The first two columns are VPAT 2.4 International. They cover all three of those requirements. The VPAT part, the WCAG part of VPAT doesn't cover the prompts, and then those harmonized authoring tool criteria pick up the prompts. But I added a second check mark under A tag because they just have more detailed criteria. My favorite being prominence of prompts. So prompts just need to exist in as far as the EU and US harmonized accessibility, harmonized authoring tool standards. ATAG says they need to be prominent. They need to be equally prominent to other things. So thumbs up on that. We want that. We want to make it easy for authors to do the right thing. I'm not going to drill into this right now, but in a moment I'll show the, just one example you can see of what good prompts would be like. Okay, so we've talked about so far about the, let's say I, a business owner, an IT director is choosing a content management system. We want to go out and look to see that the producers of those content management systems have provided good instructions, good information about what works and what doesn't yet in their content management systems. Now let's verify that. Step 2, verify what the content management system can do. I like this as a starting point. WordPress lists a bunch of VPAT reports. Again, that's the Voluntary Product Accessibility Template. I'm going to go ahead and follow this link because we're going to take a look at one of these reports. I think I'm going to need to change my screen sharing here. I just realized. Okay, bear with me while we change the sharing. Okay, I'm going to check the chat really for a quick moment and see. Actually, can I have an audio of is the browser coming through here?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Thanks for confirming that. Okay, so I just followed it's vpats.wordpress.com, and it lists a bunch of VPATs. What the approach that WordPress has taken is to show VPATs of partners and content, and so I'm just going to choose the first one here. So the first VPAT is going to have a problem. Remember that VPAT 2 point something I said. First thing we see here, it doesn't even have the number of the VPAT. But this is not VPAT version 2. This is VPAT version 1. This was back when it was not international. It doesn't really even reference web content accessibility guidelines. So that's the first thing you want to look for. Now we're going to come back to specific VPATs and some of the things that they should contain. I'll start by summarizing them, and we'll kind of switch back and forth between looking at looking at actual documents and some of the and some of the things that I would encourage you to look for when you're evaluating these. So the first thing I mentioned is the VPAT report even complete? Does it have the things that it should? These days, it should always be at least VPAT version 2.0, because that's the minimum you need to even cover WCAG 2.0 accurately. And if you're using WCAG 2.1, like 500 million people in Europe need to do, it needs to be VPAT version 2.3 or higher. So it's up to 2.4 now. The differences are very slight. So if you find anything VPAT 2.3 or higher, you're all set for WCAG to cover accurate. Accurate. That's a separate question. It has the right pieces in it to answer these questions. It really must list the name and version of the product that was tested. Obviously features and bugs and change. So if you don't even know what was tested, the reality is it may be a version old or more, but if you know what it is, then you can triangulate what might be different. And specifically for a content management system product, it must actually include and report on the authoring tool criteria. I mentioned that because let's just say there's a varying range of quality of these reports, and we're going to look a little bit more about that. Does it have the just basic requirements that it needs to contain? Next question, is the report credible? Does it say what was tested? Like, what was the scope of testing? It's normal to test a sample of things in complex systems. Well, what was the sample that was tested? Was that a reasonable sample? It should cover, at least, a core process of logging in, choosing accessible ready templates, and editing content like a block editor. If it was missing one of those core steps, it shouldn't, right? First of all, and you want to know what it includes and didn't include in the sampling. And we'll look at these next ones in a little more detail. Remarks explaining the ratings. I'll give a visual of that in a moment. This third one, the auditor is a reputable third party. That is not a minimum. That is there are companies that test their own and do a good job. But if it's a third party that's named on the VPAT report, that both shows independence, and you can look into that company and say, hey, are they known for doing a good job on these things? I wouldn't say that's a must-have, but that's a bonus. That's a plus in terms of credibility, especially when you're in a hurry, and who isn't in a hurry, So we're gonna that first one that I mentioned, what was tested. In the case of content management systems, not just the functionality of the content management system itself, but what it was creating is important. And let me say that if you just stick in hello world or lorem ipsum into a content management system, you really haven't tested it. You got to think about what are the different kinds of content elements that are pertinent for accessibility. And I know that others in this WordPress Accessibility Day have covered this as well. Take this as my perspective on what are some key kinds of content. Images, of course, with alt text. Content structure, such as headings, lists, and tables. Don't forget nesting them. Interactive elements like links, buttons, and forms. Don't forget error messages of forms if you use those. More complex patterns, there's many of those. Threaded discussions and menus are a couple of examples. You might contain video. Well, the product, the content management system, probably supports video, and it probably supports multilingual content. One of the things you'll notice here is your website might not include every one of these. And so this is where the detail of the reports can be really helpful, because it might have a problem with video, this particular tool might be really bad at video. You might choose it anyway because you say, I'm seldom, if ever, going to use video, or I don't need multilingual content. I mean, those would be shortcuts. You never know. You might get committed and in the future need those things, but at least you can be a discerning customer. So I said that the next one was like, do the ratings match the remarks? So for this, I'm going to bring up, I'm going to look at Adobe because I worked on these. The one I'm going to show you, I actually wrote, although they don't disclose that. That's fine. This is public knowledge that I'm telling you. I know that a lot of consulting companies keep their clients secret, and Level Access was no exception. But we were proud to publicly talk about our partnership with Adobe, so no particular secrets here. What we're going to look at here, jump to the WCAG section, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines part of the VPAT report. And just for example, the very first criterion, 1.1.1, non-text content. That's talking about alternative text for images. Well, I wrote this, so of course I think it's great. It talks about, for example, this one is for installed software. This was for FrameMaker, actually, which is a whether it's a content management system or not, it's an authoring tool, and that's what they have in common. So ratings and remarks. Now that was the thing I mentioned. What about ratings and remarks? The rating or conformance level here was partially supports. Now, what does that mean? It could be supports, partially supports, or does not supports. That's the only 3 levels we would report at. But if that's all you said, a lot of different things are going to be partially supports. That can range from one little bug through like 40% of all of the website is screwed up. So you really need to look at the comment, the remark for that. So the remark is here, most product functions do not contain images, which would require a text alternative. But exceptions include, so what it's saying is, for the most part, there aren't even any images in the product where this matters, but there's a couple of specific ones. Now, right away, you can say, well, yeah, that sounds like partially supports, mostly works. And you even have detail of like, oh, you can go and work around those problems, or use JAWS scripting if you had to, or this is useful information. But really important, so that just in terms of order, the second one is maybe arguably first in priority, which is the authored content, also is partially supports. Okay, great. Oh, so what can I not do with authored content? Oh, okay. What does that mean? Partially supports means I can only partially put alt text on images. Okay, what's going on? So in here, the case was, authors can provide text alternative for most images, but some image buttons and certain navigation controls. So again, from a point of view of just seeing if this is even a trustworthy document, you want to see that there's this kind of detail here. Now it's going to be very different detail in different situations, but like, is there an explanation for why they gave that rating? Like if there's not, if you look at this and you're like, that doesn't tell me anything, it kind of puts the whole report into question. And then if it does tell you, it makes the report much more credible and hopefully actually provides useful information that you can work with. Now there's, 50 WCAG 2.1 criteria, and you're in a hurry and you want to compare two, you have a product in mind you want to use, you're in a hurry. Where do you start? Now, all of the criteria are important, but I like to look at the heavy hitters. What do I mean by heavy hitters? Criteria that apply the most broadly. So like basically every product is going to have, these are going to apply to every page and screen of every authoring tool and the content that it produces. So, if you look at this first list, and this is like the non-text content, graphics we just talked about, info and relationships for structure of HTML. I'm going to jump to the fourth one, name, role, value for the structure of interactive elements. To this middle one, numerically, resizing and reflowing text for low vision, people with low vision especially, to enlarge content. and the keyboard criteria. There's a list of those. So this list right here is a lot less imposing than, the whole list of 50. Now, again, the whole list of 50 are hard requirements, but we're talking about you're opening up somebody's report, and where do you start? It actually can be a kind of you could take a whole day trying to read from the top to the bottom, and I would recommend start by jumping to these heavy hitters. Color criteria are interesting. They're kind of special because for content, they're super important, like contrast and use of color. But I just find that for content management systems specifically, they rarely fail to allow authors to set colors. I mean, that's what they do. So the author is capable of choosing colors that will conform to contrast. But they tend to be pretty bad at prompting authors to do that. So that's kind of a special one, something to watch out for. I would encourage everybody here to make noise and ask for better prompting on color in authoring systems. Now, there's a few more that depend on your content. Pre-recorded video has some criteria. Multilingual text has language of page and language of parts. Error messages, if you have them, have those. And I think those are all quite important. Those are my next level of heavy hitters. Again, I can't repeat enough. They're all required. The purpose of this is to say, I want to skim a report and see what it tells me. That for that purpose, this skim, somewhere between 14 and 22 out of the 50 will give you a very good first cut at reading a report. And now what about those extra authoring tool criteria? So I've already summarized them, and we're not going to drill down into every one of them. But just this is what to look for. I call them harmonized. Harmonized means that different standards try to be pretty similar. So the US Section 508 has a prompts requirement. It's harder to see that in the EU requirements. It calls it guide the production of content, of accessible content. Guide the production of accessible content. It also has it breaks out the templates to say that they're identified as templates. Both of them also put a requirement on the product documentation, which I will say is a shortcut that you might find, unfortunately, that might not just even get reported. But the product documentation needs to highlight what are the accessibility capabilities of the product. And I mentioned before that my favorite being the prominence requirement of ATAG. That's a plus. That's the ATAG guideline B has several more detailed criteria that mesh very well with the US and EU and global standards for authoring tools and content management systems. And it just adds more detail to some, such as prominence. Whenever possible, ask for and then scrutinize whether the product is doing that. We are nearing our time, so I'm going to have to run through. Time for questions, I should say. We're going to allow almost 10 minutes for questions, so we're going to go a little faster here. Test it yourself. Hopefully you got a report, so you don't have to test everything. You can spot check and just reality check. Why do I say that? Because it's easy to exaggerate even a well-written report. I've seen this happen. Boy, this was a great report. They're so proud of their accessibility, but like it was an authoring tool. It was really hard to use. It was like, oh, I guess you can do that, but wow, that was hard. So, like any marketing claims, go and test it. But at least you know what the claim is. You're not starting from a blank slate. And again, I just want to emphasize the importance of these prompts, especially if you have a bunch of content authors. There's no way you're going to create an accessible website without good prompting. It just makes it too hard. So test those prompts yourself. See if and others in this series for WordPress Accessibility Day have really shown you how to do that. Here's an example of good prompts. For those who are developing content management systems, do take a look at Microsoft's accessibility checker built into Office. It is prominent. It's the same level as the as the spell checker now. You can leave it on all the time. It's great. That's what all content management systems should do. So I'm going to anticipate a couple of your questions. Okay, so just tell me, what are the best content management systems for accessibility? What are they? It's WordPress, right? I'm not going to answer that. This is like in 2001, A Space Odyssey saying, Hal, please open the pod bay doors. And Hal says, I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that. I'm sorry, I can't tell you exactly what the best content management systems are. Not because I'm trying to kill you in outer space, because none of them is perfect, and what's going to work best is going to vary by your needs. So I've listed some links here. Download the slides. I'll give you the link for that in a moment here. And I'm just going to highlight one of these, this one in the middle, Textbox Digital. Some folks in the UK have this. This helps, you can filter it by content management systems and find their accessibility statements. It's really cool. Come back to that. This is more for, I was not going to go over this in any case in detail, but if you are a buyer, it's a great idea to have a procurement policy, not just for content management systems, but for any software or websites that you hire or buy. And some great resources, plentiful resources on the internet to say how to set up your, how to make sure that you invest in the right ways. And then on the vendor side, those who create the content management systems, these statements that we talked about, here's how to make them. And still you say, this is so much, Mitchell, but I need a content management system right now. Tell me the minimum. Well, first I'll say, don't skip it entirely, because do you really need it so soon that you're willing to choose the wrong one? So there's the challenging question. Take a breath, choose the right system. And if you could only check one thing, if I could only check one thing, if I could do this, I would say, take a website that was produced by that and have a person who really uses screen readers well, check it out. And choose a website that's like what you want to make. If it can't do that, you need to ask more questions. I'm going to end with these thoughts. Is a fully conformant CMS possible? I say, yes, that's possible. And here's a thought-provoking question, is how to do that? And I say, together, we can do that. That's what this whole community is going to do together, by being demanding customers, by the dedication that the core WordPress team and other vendors are putting into this. We just keep working at it, keep asking these how questions. How is the right question until we get this done? So with that, we are a couple minutes into the content, into the questions. We do have, if I'm not mistaken, 6 more minutes for questions. We'll get some here, and we'll make sure that they all get answered later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mitchell. That was an insightful presentation. We all learned a lot today. I'm sure the community itself, the organizers, stakeholders out there, people who want to learn about accessibility, was able to take away a lot of great points out of this. So we will begin the question and answer session. We have 5 or 6 questions. So the first one, what are your recommendations to the community building WordPress to be more accessible?
I should have given you a couple of disclaimers up front. One is that I am not a WordPress expert, so I'm going to answer that in a more general way. And it's a little bit of a repeat of what I said, which is, I think that prompting for authors, prompting for content creators, like if you do that well, that's the first thing to do well. I would say that I'm tempted to, it's a close second though, to make the interface itself accessible. And it's not just to meet the requirements, but to make the actual authoring experience rock solid for people with disabilities. There's 2 great things that happen when you do that. One is you help solve the employment gap. people with disabilities around the world are today, statistics are shockingly consistent that are like employed less than half the rate of people without disabilities. And the digital world can solve that. But another great reason to want to make your authoring experience accessible is that then you've got people with disabilities both authoring and checking the results of their authoring. And so you've got a really great community feedback loop to tell you not only how to make your authoring process better, but how to make the output better. You've got more people with disabilities scrutinizing that output. So that's a fairly broad kind of philosophical answer. And like I said, I'm not actually the WordPress expert. I want to take a step back and put WordPress in the context of authoring tools and content management systems in general.
I agree with you, Mitchell, but you did mention that it's a community and we should make changes together. So which is why your comment does make an impact and it's adding value to initiatives such as WP Accessibility Day. So the next question, how can we sell the idea or even educate our leadership or leads to make accessibility a top priority?
There's many answers to that question, and I will just hit a couple of high points. Probably everybody on one answer is watch all of the presentations for WordPress Accessibility Day, because I think that's just a theme throughout. I mean, the best way is because you care about users in general. You care about your customers. You want to have more customers. You don't want to slap your customers in the face when they come wanting to use your content. So whenever you can think about it in terms of a user-centered approach, I mean, if your company culture is already thinking about your users, these are your users. That's always the best way to start. If that doesn't get their attention, go back to those slides with the complex rules around the world and the requirements and the legislation and the lawsuits, and scare them a little bit. But then once you've scared them, come back to doing the right thing. Don't just think about laws all the time. Just that's the reason to begin doing the right thing, and then come back to that first question: what can we do for the users?
Absolutely. Next question. Imagine you don't know anything about WordPress and checking its BP80. Would you consider using it as a CMS?
I have not. So somebody please ping me if there is one. I have not seen like WordPress core having its own VPAT report. So I'm going to answer it a little differently, looking at WordPress's accessibility statements, which I just had one link in there, just in the interest of time. I just said, here, this is the start here page. But as many others on this series have talked about, really drilling down into, choosing the accessibility ready templates, developing your own templates, watching out for the plugins. It's got just a ton of information there. It says what works and what doesn't. It really comes across as very transparent and honest about what works and what doesn't. It tells you exactly how to go and find the known issues. So, at a glance, I say it has, has what we're looking for. One other thing I flew by, and so these are sort of, I guess I have to say that I haven't gone and done the same level of deep verification for WordPress that I listed that each of us should do. And that still hasn't been done in years anyway. Like I know the Gutenberg block editor got a detailed audit. I've taken a look at that. So there's an example. I did take a look at that piece of it, and well, yeah, I mean, it was audited by a very well-known and reputable third party, and I could see that it covered the different pieces, the different requirements well, including the prompting pretty well. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like about WordPress, and it lets you know where the problems are, and you can work around them, and put upvote them as well. Yeah, that's how I'll answer.
Thank you so much, Mitchell. I would have loved to continue the Q&A, but we are out of time. So thank you so much once again. I would encourage you to post your answers on our website so that the question that are posted that can also be addressed. On that note, we come to the end of the session. If it's true, it ain't bragging. Choosing a CMS for accessibility. I want to thank everyone for attending for this session with Mitchell and myself. You can continue the conversation using the hashtag WPAD, hashtag WPAD2020, and at WP Accessibility. And don't forget to attend the next talk, Making Accessible Accessibility Reports with Calum Ryan, sharp at 10 a.m. UTC here in the same track with myself. See you right here after the break. So we will catch you again sometime later. Mitchell, bye-bye for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Uh,
Hello everyone, welcome once again to WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. This is a 24-hour-long event where we talk about accessibility. My name is Ahmed Kabir Shayon and I'm working as a business development manager at Rietveld. I'm also a regular contributor to the Making WordPress documentation, design, polyglots, accessibility, hosting community, learn WordPress, and marketing team. I will be your host for this session. You're here for the 10 a.m. UTC talk with Calum Ryan. Please feel free to add your question to the YouTube chat feed and we'll answer those at the end. So how do we approach accessibility while testing in a way that's sufficiently comprehensive from a technical perspective? At the same time, presentable to clients without being technically knowledge and who may themselves have a disability. So that's a question posed specifically for this talk. So in this talk, the speaker will explain some of the approaches and attention to detail he takes to test and present accessibility issues in websites that's accessible. The points that will be covered: using WordPress to help make accessibility reports for clients, the conversations with clients as part of the accessibility testing process before and after, and what the benefits are of using this approach. Our speaker, Calum, is an accessibility consultant for DXW, helping the public sector make their websites more accessible. His background is in front-end web development and user interface design, having worked in the web industry for around 10 years, which brings to this session making accessibility reports. Apologies for that. Calum, take it away.
Thank you. So I was really pleased to give this talk about creating accessibility reports which are accessible. And I work for a company called DXW, who are based in the UK, in London and Leeds. There's around 70 people roughly. And we design, build, operate, and improve digital public services. And within DXW, I work in GovPress, which specifically works with WordPress. We have lots of clients who use WordPress. They're all public sector mainly. And throughout the past few months, I've been working on making the websites more accessible. And this is for the latest legislation, which is now a legal requirement in the UK for all public sector websites to be accessible. If you take a look at accessibility.campaign.gov.uk, there's more explanation on what that involves, the regulations, and who that applies to. So within the organisation, GovPress, I am the only accessibility expert, and it's been my responsibility to interpret a lot of that information from the WCAG guidelines, the latest guidelines which all public sector organisations must comply to. So if some of you, it depends, I'm sure there's a whole range of people listening to this talk, but if you're more technically minded, you might have already seen these guidelines. They are an extensive documentation and listing of all the different requirements for having an accessible website. I've probably spent quite a few hours bedtime reading for this. It's not the sort of thing you can just read off in an hour. It's certainly something you need to get your head around when you're looking at how accessible websites should be. In those guidelines, I can summarize that websites need to be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. So that's a lot of criteria to present to clients. And what I'm looking at in terms of the report is for clients to understand the importance of having an accessible website, and for that report being useful to them, that not only before but after the report they can see which fixes have been done and which fixes are the most critical need to be done and which are less important but still need to be looked at some point. In terms of the report going forward as well, it's a useful tool for the clients that we have to create their own accessibility statement, which is a requirement for the guidelines at the moment, for certainly in the UK, for the legislation, that even if your website is fully accessible, that you still have an accessibility statement. So in terms of actually creating an accessibility report, there's a methodology which you can look at from w3.org, which gives a good in-depth listing of all the different criteria to look through and how to actually structure your accessibility report. Now, this is alone something we wouldn't present to our clients because it is a very detailed, quite technical presentation on highlighting what has been tested and who has tested it and the types of tests that have been formed. So the challenge that I wanted to get around was looking at what accessibility reports do at the moment and how we can make that more accessible to not only the people who are going to be fixing the technical issues in the website, but the content issues, the overall readability of the content. So typically we'll have a lot of different people looking at the report. So it's important that we make that report as accessible as possible to everybody who is not only reading it, but actually putting in information and issues into that report. Typically, there'll be many issues which are the same over different pages on websites, and the similar solutions as well to fix those issues. And also in terms of our own example, where we have many different clients, we need to have multiple people editing those reports or reviewing those reports. So we needed a solution to allow different people to look at those reports at the same time. We also had quite a short deadline to create all of these reports for different clients. So having a facility to make those reports in the most efficient and accurate way was very important. And having a way to present very technical language in a way which doesn't completely take over the report and make it difficult for somebody who isn't technically minded to get to the most important points in the report. And also, a lot of our clients are just used to having a PDF to print off whenever they look at a document. So although PDFs aren't inherently that accessible, we still have that option for the report to be printed off as a PDF or just as a paper printout. So creating an accessibility report, we decided to use WordPress because WordPress is what we use day to day in our company. We have a whole team of people who can not only work on the back end, but develop a front end user interface, can customize themes, and WordPress just generally has got a great community of people to make the whole content management system a lot more robust. It's important to say we don't actually use Gutenberg in our reports. We still use the classic editor interface. And that goes back to my intention is to make this report not only accessible for the front end, but accessible for people who are creating reports. So the whole way of entering information into reports is using the standard WordPress content management system without any of the Gutenberg changes. So starting with how we create the reports, we use, if anybody is familiar with WordPress, on the back end, we use a number of existing plugins where we use the classic editor, the override, so we don't get the Gutenberg presentation. We use custom fields, advanced custom fields, which gives us a few more options in terms of adding extra fields to content and making that more easy to add repeated content. So if you've got like a repeated issue or repeated criteria, we can just start typing the words for that criteria and it will populate the field without us having to go through and repeat the same thing for every single report. We use custom post types to store the solutions and the criteria as a centralized area of content, so we can refer back to those pieces of content and put those into each report, and that helps make the whole process a lot more efficient and accurate. And in terms of presenting the reports to clients, we use the standard password protection on posts when we publish them, so that only the client with a password can view that report. In terms of actually viewing the reports as a user, we try and comply to like a 2.1 AA standard. So everything we do is client compliant to that level. You can navigate the entire report using keyboard, screen reader, and each of the sections are all accessible through a single navigation. And it's important also to say that the whole report is a single page. So if you want to print it off, you can just print it off as a PDF if you wish. And in terms of beyond the technical standards, we also look at how readable the language is. So if we've got a technical term such as ARIA, A-R-I-A, we explain what that abbreviation means. And in terms of the whole sort of general design system, we try to apply standards which are accessible. So we have gov.uk has their own design system and we take influence from that. So things such as the issues, which I'll show you in a short while, in the reports are all using standard components which are accessibility tested. So let's look inside the accessibility report. Initially, the report was a prototype which I developed without WordPress. So this report is flexible. We can use reports. Anybody could use the report in whatever CMS or even just a static template if they wanted to. The current setup we have is a WordPress setup, but it is fairly customizable to however you need it to be. So we start off with saying who created the report, outlining the person. That's optional if they want to have their avatar or any other information about when the report was done, what their role is in the organization, and outlining if there was anybody else who quality checked the report, and the overall compliance of the report. So in some cases, we have clients who stipulate that they want their website to be up to AAA standards. So we'll make a differentiation between websites which have been checked to AA or AAA. So in terms of outlining what we tested, we created a list of saying how many pages or PDFs have been tested, and then outlining how it's been tested. So we always specify the automated and manual tests which we've done. We have different browsers and different devices we use and different combinations we use. Typically that will involve a few screen readers. We have a limited team who can actually do that. So although there are several different screen readers, we only test with what we have available. At the moment, we test with VoiceOver, NVDA, and the mobile equivalent. So we've got VoiceOver on iOS and TalkBack on Android and Narrator on Windows. And we'll probably look at having some more when we maybe expand our team a bit more in the accessibility side of things. So this is giving an outline of just how it's been tested. And that is before any of the issues or outlining how we fix those issues. Now, the issues identified in the report, we typically have 4 user impact levels. So that starts with minor, moderate, serious, and critical. These are user impact levels we take from the AXE tool by DQ, and we use that as part of our automated tests to get an overview of what are the main issues with the website before moving on to the manual tests. And so within our report, we can use things such as the accordions from the GovUK design system to make the whole collection of issues more simplified and more collated. So if there's an issue, it's the same issue on different pages, it's a lot easier to just go to that single issue and outline it within a certain section. So if in each user impact level, we have these accordion items, which as a description of the image that we have to the right of the slide is the critical issues, a title with the issue, the type of test, so in this case it's an automated test, and where the issue is located. So in this case we have the home page, navigation, and then after that we say the level that it's been assessed to. So in this case the level has been WCAG 2.0 AA, and the specific criteria that the issue is not complying with is 1.4.3 contrast minimum. So following those details, we outline what is the problem and who it affects. So in this case, we have multiple instances of contrast between foreground and background colors. It doesn't meet the contrast ratio threshold. This includes banners, posts, dates. It says there's serious user impact because there are many types of vision impairment where poor color contrast could affect their ability to view the website. Then after that, we have screenshots of where that issue is present. Now this also helps for, again, people who aren't technically minded to actually get an idea of where the problem is. So in this case, we have 4 small screenshots which can be opened in a lightbox kind of presentation if you want to expand it. And within that, we may also have code samples. In this example, we don't have that, but in some we would do. And then finally, in the issue is the recommended solution. We decided to put the solutions in a separate section. So in this case, we have a small summary of what the solution is and an anchor link to the solution further down. So the solutions section is, again, a collated list of what the solutions are. Typically, a solution may be applicable to different issues. And in this case, we have an image again on the right of the slide with a few issues that have been given solutions. And in this case, we have one about ARIA, removing ARIA, one about changing HTML here because button element isn't used, and again, another one for changing the color contrast because the background color. So within each of these solutions, we give the outline of the solution, how to fix it. In some cases, the solution is aimed at a technical person. In some cases, the solution is aimed at a content person. So in this example, we don't actually specify that, but in a future iteration of this whole platform, we're going to make it a lot clearer on who that issue, who that solution is aimed at in terms of responsibility. And finally, we refer again to the criteria that the solution is applicable to. And again, that is another anchor link to a section further down in the report. And finally, in the report, we have the references section. This again links you to the WCAG reference for the criteria. In each case, we also have a secondary link to an explanation of how to understand that criteria a bit more. In both cases, the explanation is a lot more than we can provide in the report. And one of the reasons why I decided not to include the entire description of the criteria in the report itself, again, is just not to make it so overwhelming for different people viewing the report, and to make the report a readable level for everybody using it. So what have we learned from creating this platform? Certainly early on, we found there's a lot of information to include in the report, and using visual space effectively is certainly something which you need to do when you've got so much information to interpret to a vast range of different people who might be viewing the report. We often have different clients. This is an example. We have the Office for National Statistics, and in such an example as that, we may be creating a report to a more customized level than maybe some others in terms of the people viewing it, in terms of what they need from the report. There are ways that we might consider making it more customizable than it is at the moment. In terms of, again, going back to who the issues are applicable to, who's responsible for fixing those issues, we should maybe look at making that a bit more clearer. In the discussions we've had with clients, I've found that often many will feel that the report is really just for a technical person to look at, and really they're just there just to view the report and summarize that the timing, actually understand how much time they need for the fixes to be made, whereas in many cases the fixes are for their own team of content editors and decision makers to spend time making lots of fixes themselves. And then also finally, looking at the report in terms of how crucial it is to making websites more accessible. It's only a complement to discussion and ongoing discussion with clients to understand about how to make the websites more accessible. And going forward, the report is only a one-off snapshot in time that they need to understand that making the website accessible is an ongoing process which they need to revisit frequently and not just as a one-off to meet this legislation. So what's next for our report platform? We currently have the platform in our own private repository. It's not really in a state where we could open source it right now, but we would like to make it open source as potentially a WordPress plugin, and also just as a static template that you can work as your own presentation for any content management system. It would also be great to get users to test out the platform, not only as content editors, but as users viewing the report. We'd like to do some usability testing with people to really understand where the problems are in interpreting that information and how to make reports more accessible. And then finally, also to make the whole process a lot more streamlined, we'd like to link those issues into a tracking integration. So for example, if you're using a system such as GitHub or Trello, potentially having a link with it, and that, so potentially maybe something like a API, so that we could make that whole information a lot more open and easier to link to certain aspects within the report. And not only developers, but anybody else who wants to see the progress of changes being fixed and any other information basically is a lot more easily accessible. So really, I'm probably finishing quite early for this, but just as a roundup, really, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's organized this event, and I'm happy to take questions now or later. The company dxw.com, to a whole range of work in the public sector, and if you are based in London, Leeds, or anywhere within the UK, we're happy to talk about how we can work with you in making not only the web more accessible, but helping public sector services and service design. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Calum. I believe we have a lot of time for questions. We can, but we certainly are not seeing that much questions on the chat. So I would like to ask you a personal question. What would you like to see in the future? You mentioned about open source as a plugin. Would you give us a bit more details about that? Maybe a bit more in-depth idea about how the future, accessible future to you.
Sure. So my background is in mainly sort of front-end user interface design, and I think making the whole developer process a lot more friendly in terms of the linking of issues to a system which makes things like continuous integration. So developing a way for accessibility testing in an automated way, a lot more easy to include in the build process. And if that can be, I think not only in my report context, but generally the availability of accessibility testing in continuous integration and development, make that process a little more well documented and promoted, that would be great. Making the web more accessible, I think, is something which a lot of the developers I've spoken to aren't really aware of enough, and how to make that process maybe more easier.
Thank you. So my next question to you is, based on your experience, where do you think accessibility is successful more? Is it more leaning towards technology or to acceptance of the use of technology?
So if you could repeat that again, sorry.
Sure. So where do you think the success lies for accessibility, overall accessibility? Is it on the use of more technology, or making it aware for people to be able to use those technologies? Is it on awareness or on technology? How would you prioritize it? The success of accessibility?
Yeah. I think certainly both. There's room for improvement. On the latter point, I think certainly more in terms of awareness and making it more attractive, taking away some of the barriers to how we present that accessibility information, how we make it easier for developer relations to not only just see it as an afterthought, but something you start doing as soon as you start writing one line of code. You know how you're going to test it and where there might be potential problems for different users.
Right. So another question. These are all coming from me. So I really appreciate this opportunity for me to get first an experience of asking the question. So I want to know, while trying to explain accessibility to people who is not totally aware of such a thing which exists, could you share some of your experience of struggling and trying to find it very difficult to make someone understand the importance of having accessibility?
Sure, I think the perceptions of accessibility, certainly on the web, are very limited from my experience of speaking to developers and being able to convince them that what they're doing is important, and that I think it's something where there's certainly improving, and certainly events like this are helping with that process. But just as general awareness is again something which I see lacking in my experience of speaking to people. And if there's a way of making that process just a little bit easier in terms of the testing process and auditing websites to understand, that is certainly some way to go, I think. And there are tools which are making that progress easier. The browser tools which I mentioned, AXE and Lighthouse to some extent as well. They're tools which I found have opened up some awareness more in terms of accessibility. I'd still say that there's some way to go.
All right, thank you so much. We did get a question from the chat. So the question is, how can we follow process for the code liberation from your accessibility report plugin? And there's a follow-up comment. I'm sure that WordPress A11Y community could help to translate and contribute. And also the person says, thanks for the talk, Calum.
Sure, thank you. So yeah, the port tool is something which is intention to make it open source. The code is all pretty much just WordPress-based templates and WordPress-based plugins, so things like custom fields. The presentation itself is relatively easy just to share. I'd like to do that within the next couple of months, hopefully. We are open about doing it, not just as an internal tool, but something to help other organizations with. So certainly I'll try and put it up on GitHub for the next few months if I can.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Calum, for taking the time and initiative for speaking today at this event. 24-hour long talking about accessibility, being part of it. What other initiatives would you encourage the stakeholders if they could make a change, they could make a difference? Who would you encourage to step forward so that accessibility can become more easily available for everyone to understand, accept, and apply?
So do you mean in terms of the organizations?
Yep,
what
the
sort of
big
person?
ones, policymakers, government.
Yeah, I think certainly credit to some of the people in the government who are stepping forward. Maybe not so much the current government, but in terms of the people working on terms of the Gov.uk guidelines and the overall drive to make at least the government's website more accessible, that's certainly setting a good standard. I think in terms of private sector as well, there's some great examples of organizations. I'm trying to think of one now, but potentially Monzo, who are one of the organizations in creating online banking. If they were possibly more vocal on what they're doing for accessibility, that's a good example there. But also some of the more established private sector organizations and the banking sector, certainly, because so many banks are essential to making our day-to-day lives possible through accessible websites. So that's certainly somewhere which would be great to see. I know Barclays in the UK do a great effort towards not only accessibility of their own website, but talking about it being more open. So that's certainly one I'd reference.
All right, Calum. With that, we wrap up the Q&A session as well. Thank you so much once again for your support towards the initiative, and we hope to see you again in future WordPress Accessibility Day celebrations such as this one. I would also like to thank everyone for attending the session with Calum, Ryan, and myself. You can continue the conversation using the hashtag WP80, hashtag WP80 2020, and @WP Accessibility. Also, don't forget to attend the next talk, Digital Transformation or Social Digital Transformation with Merary Alvarado at 11 a.m. UTC sharp here in the same track. The host for the next few talks would be Amanda Bailey. I would like to personally give shout out to the session manager, Stefano, our chat monitor, Monique Harish, and also to Joe Dolson for being the lead organizer and putting up such an amazing team with efficiency and success. Until the next talk happens, we want to say goodbye to the viewers from Calum and myself. See you right here after the break. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's great. Hello. Okay, I have my microphone and camera on. Oh man, this looks very cool.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, okay. Excellent.
Okay, welcome back to WordPress Accessibility Day, everyone. My name is Amanda. I'm based here in Cleveland, Ohio. It is not yet daylight out, so it seems a bit dark. And I will be your host for the next 3 sessions here. I have the honor of introducing the next session, which is the digital transformation or the social digital transformation with Merary Alvarado. A little bit about Merary. She is a software engineer and accessibility evangelist with 6+ years of proven experience in executing, development, and leading accessibility processes in digital strategies for Fortune 100 clients. She has collaborated to create national standards and best practices to be applicable across Costa Rica for digital, educational, and physical environments to improve their independent living. She is the co-lead of the Accessibility Web Costa Rica, a public group on Facebook, which develops digital content, training, conferences, events, webinars in Spanish to create awareness about the importance of accessibility in the digital era. So welcome to Merary. Very excited to hear her talk. Please feel free to add your questions to the YouTube chat feed there, and we can answer those at the end. So let's get started.
Perfect. So thank you very much for that introduction. I would like to start sharing my screen right now. Okay, so thank you so much for that introduction. I'm really happy to be here participating right now in this event because it's the first one. I'm really happy to be participant because it's important, at least for Costa Rica, because we are from a Latin American country. Being presenting today here is really, really great for us. So accessibility as a digital transformation or social digital transformation. What we can say about that. So I would like to start telling a story. When I was 16 years old, I was sat down at the first row at a bus, just waiting to go to the high school. And suddenly, one woman stood up in front of the door bus carrying a baby. She was start talking with her hands, and I didn't understand. I was shocked. Neither the bus driver. He was shocked as well. And suddenly, the answer of the bus driver was close the door in her face. I just remember the feeling to, to feel so bad going to the high school, and I couldn't forget her face behind the door with the baby. She waited for a couple of seconds and then left. That experience for me was important. And in terms of disabilities, it was my first experience talking or interacting with a person with disabilities. Even though I was 16 years old, I didn't have the opportunity to talk before with any person with disabilities. At that moment, with a deaf person. One of the funny things is that after like 10 years, I met Marta. Marta was that woman that was at that moment, and she assigned me right now the sign that we have in Costa Rica. She gave me my name for the deaf community. So I would like to say thank you very much for being here to watching my presentation. I'm super happy you be here in YouTube, just watching that. So I would like to start saying one thing. There is important to mention a couple of important concepts that we need to understand when we are talking about accessibility. Sometimes we assume that accessibility is just technical aspects, but I think it implies more other concepts. For example, the first one that I would like to start mentioning is inclusive economy. And you probably said, sorry, Merary, we are talking about accessibility. So what inclusive economy needs to be related with that conversation? Well, a lot. When we are talking about inclusive economies, we are talking about the balance to include all people. Doesn't matter the background, doesn't matter the level or savviness in technology or the way the color looks like, the gender, doesn't matter. Neither the disability. So that's why talking about inclusive economy is important because we are entrepreneurs, we have businesses, we lead some projects, and thinking about this is really important to create more accessible products and services to many users as possible. And of course, try to be more inclusive with all of users. Now, one of the other important concepts that we need to understand is disability. Because if we want to create accessible content, we need to understand what disability means. And actually, disability is complex. It's not easy to understand. It has too many variables, and we definitely understand that. But one of the things that I really need to mention here or to recall is that disability is not the problem. We need to understand what disability means, but disability is not the problem. It's usually the infrastructure, the way that we create the sites, the type of services, if they are so complex. So we need to create more things that are accessible. So that's why it's important to mention that the complexity of those combinations, like the disability concept and also what we have around of us, it's important. So I would like to make a question. What do you understand about disabilities? We already read about the disability meaning, but what do you understand about disability? Because if you don't understand the concept in the way that we expected, we cannot create accessible websites. And you probably said, what, Merary, what are you talking about? Well, usually when we think about disabilities, we think about disabilities with different perceptions. We have some biased or we have assumptions. We usually think about disability in different levels. For example, in Costa Rica, sometimes I heard that said, oh, poor babies, poor angels. And we are limited people with disabilities to access some information because we are not properly understanding what disability means. And for example, we usually associate that disabilities are always people who is deaf or who is blind or who has some physical disabilities, but we have a range of many disability types that we need to understand as well. And other things that is most related to business is probably in our team or in our project, we have a more accessible culture. But what about our clients? What about our business owners? What about our team members? What they think about disability? So they are understanding what is disability and why is important accessibility when they are creating wireframes, for example, or they are creating websites. So that's important to mention. So I would like to just talk as a high level about the different disabilities that we have. We have the permanent one, which is the one that we can see. We can see people who is blind or people who is deaf or people with mobility impairments. That's the permanent one. Then we have the other, which is the one, the temporary. For example, if you are fan of rugby, martial arts, or if you are fan of American football. So, sorry, if you have an injury, you will be disabled for a couple of days. You will not able to do the things as the way you did before. So you need to understand that some of the things will be difficult for you, but temporary. Okay. Then we have the third one, and it's the situational. And I would like to illustrate that with a story. As you can notice, I have a strong accent, Costa Rica accent. The R is super strong in Costa Rica accent. And I would like, I love to visit, I would like to visit Korea. And can you imagine me talking in English with a Korean citizen with also they have a strong accent? Well, yes, that will be a situational disability. But I would like to clarify that it's not physical, it's not mental, it's just situational. It's because the language. And finally, we have the invisible disabilities, and nobody in this call is safe of that because everyone has been suffer these kind of disabilities at any time in your life. So that's why it's important to understand that the invisible disabilities are really important now. And why is this important? When we know what is disability, what are the types of disabilities, we can definitely understand what are the internet disabilities. This classification implies 5 main levels, like the visual, hearing, mobility, and dexterity, speech, and cognitive, being cognitive the most common in internet. So also, when we understand disabilities, we need to understand what will be the governance models, what will be the laws that we need to cover. We talk a lot about web content accessibility guidelines, and also I didn't miss some of really great talks between yesterday and today. Really great talks about different normatives like Section 508 or Way Area. So that is great. So if we understand what will be our governance model in terms of the digital product that we are creating, that will be really great because, for example, talking about United States, for example, we need to consider international levels, federal levels, or state levels, depending on the industry. Now, keeping in mind the previous information, what will be the best practices in terms of accessibility to create better sites, to be participant in inclusive economies, and also make this kind of digital transformation? And I would like to start saying you need to define the status quo. And what I say that, a couple of days back, I needed to start working with a project. I needed to just let some clients that why is important accessibility. And that's the question that I received. Do you know how much is the percentage of people with disabilities who access the site? I feel that way. Why? Because some people think that disability is just a number, and this is not good. So we can just not disregard people with disabilities because yeah, is that it? No, we need to be really inclusive when we are creating sites. So I would like to mention this project, the Valuable 500. This project is led by Caroline Casey, which is great. You need to listening her talking. So she is great, and she led on a specific survey with different leaders, business leaders of great companies. And one of the topics that she discovered was that 56% of the global managers that are participant on the business plans of their companies didn't think about disability. And as I mentioned before, it's not accessibility, it's disability the main point on the agenda, so you can start working better accessible products. And I would like to invite you to just go back 1 year and try to to look for the World Economic Forum, because that was for the first time the entire World Economic Forum talking about inclusive business, inclusion, diversity, and they talk a lot about that, and they provide some really great recommendations about what will be good in terms of business and why accessibility is very important. So now going back to the accessibility best practices in terms of our sites, what we need to do first, well, try to reshape the bias, try to include accessibility as part of the culture of my team, starting with me if I am the leader, right? Because it's important to start thinking strategically and create best practices in our team. Now try to look for support for executive managers. If they understand that accessibility is important, you can all start creating really great products. And of course, you need to advices from experts in the area, so you will learn more about what will be the best strategy for you and for your digital product. Then we have the scope. We can do a lot of things with accessibility. We can include accessibility in everything, but sometimes we are limited and we have some misconceptions about that. We can create disruptive products, innovative products, just by including accessibility. So accessibility will be great for that. Try to understand what is the business need, what will be your audience, what type of project or service are you providing to the clients, and try to include accessibility in all the process. Okay, now what will be the cost? Well, sometimes I heard people say accessibility is super expensive. Yes, it could be expensive, but if you include accessibility until testing rounds without including since the planning, since the requirements validation, or since that not including in the design portion, it will be really difficult to minimize the cost. So it will be really expensive at that stages in the life cycle. But if you are including best practices since the beginning, it will be really good for your teams. Now, test, 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 and test. That's the most important. We cannot avoid the importance that testing is the most critical part in terms of accessibility. Why? Because of the 100%, 70% of the effort and the notification or the clarification for the users that the site is accessible or not depends on manual testing strategies. So it's important to create a specific strategy when we have trained resources that can also provide really good recommendations in terms of accessibility, because it will be the specific experience of the user using assistive technology and the digital product. So we will have a real perspective about if our site is accessible or not. Then we have the automated tools, which is another thing that we will cover in the next slides. But also we need to try to balance these two strategies to create a really good process. Now, I would like to give you some tips and tricks in order to create some user stories. If you don't have anything of this created in your team, so that's the starting point. So it's important to create a diverse persona. When we are creating the sites, we usually design what will be our what type of user we will have, what will be our audience, right? But usually we don't think about the different abilities of the users. Okay, we usually think in our final product, but we are usually not think so much about the audience. So by having this kind of tools, you will learn what type of screen readers you will need in order to test, and also what type of checkpoints in design we need to apply before to send everything to development. So it will be really great for you. And this is a great example. This is a reference. You can check the links below, and you can check that we have some really good practices. If we create that, you will have a really great vision that what will be the specifications that we need to also consider during development process, design process, testing process, and in the final product. Okay. Now, related to WordPress, the themes, the selection of themes, it's really, really important. Not every theme that is trendy is accessible, even though if they are super shiny, if they have a lot of colors and combinations and super complex functional elements, not all of them are accessible. So that's why it's important to keep that in mind. And the other thing that I would like to mention before to proceed to the next section is be aware the lawsuits. Why? Because usually when we are thinking about accessibility, we think about what will be the specific technical aspects that we need to cover when we are creating our product, what will be the test strategy, what will be the requirements. However, I would like to mention that a QA miss will be a lawsuit. So most of the users that impose some lawsuits to you or to your company are not just mentioned that the site is inaccessible. It's because they are creating the lawsuits because you are excluding people with disabilities. So that's why it's important to keep in mind even the small details in terms of accessibility, because this is really important. Now, what are the recommendations that I have for you today? For example, if we're talking about WordPress, you will have like a quick start guide. So you will have an accessibility handbook. You will find information about training resources. You will have best practices in terms of designs and content creation, because it's important to create accessible content as well. And the visual presentation of the pages should be clear and easy to understand, even though the digital product is complex itself. And then you will have some checklists, testing strategies, and also you will find some the most common accessibility defects. So you will be able to identify properly what will be the strategy to follow in terms of development or design of quality assurance, for example. Those is those two options are, I love these two options. I think the information that is included in these blogs are really good, and you will find really best practices for developers, very technical. So that is great in terms to apply best practices to existing components on your sites. And also you will have some tools to evaluate your site, and with really great references. Also, one of the things that I like the most of those blogs are related to some aspects to cover public sites, because it's different when we are working with private sites and public sites. The exposure will be a little bit different. So by having this reference will be really great. Then do you remember that we talked about themes? Okay, we have a really great feature here. Actually, when you are going to the theme directory, you will find a tag that says accessibility ready. So as soon as you select that, you will find a list of different themes that are accessible. However, I would like to recall that even though you are clicking this label and you are seeing some themes that are accessible, you need to take care of the opportunities for improvement that we can also apply after to select this theme. Just keep an eye on that. Then we have some WordPress accessibility tools. For example, I would like to mention in two ways. The first one is the WordPress accessibility plugin. It is really good. You can use it and integrate to your WordPress pages and try to make some audits using this plugin. And actually, it's important to have a specific strategy for automation. As I mentioned before, the most important is to cover the manual portion. But actually, when we are also using automated tools, we can cover a really great aspects in terms of code. So in this slide, I'm providing you some of the best tools that I work with in the past years, and this is really great for you. And it's important to mention that it's a combination of tools that you can have better results. I cannot say that just by using the WordPress accessibility plugin is the one. No, probably you can use it and mix, for example, with the expert or together with the accessibility insights, because these kind of tools will provide you different technical reference, so you can have some reference from one and some reference for the others, so you can create a really great strategy. Then, based on the screen readers, one of the most common questions that I have when I work with different projects is, what about the screen readers? They usually ask if there is the like what is the most critical screen reader that I need to consider when we are creating? Well, I can say that it depends. It depends of the analytics of your site. For example, if the most visited browser is Chrome, so you can need to try to design your strategy based on Chrome. But actually, there is a combination of screen readers that work that work really good with Chrome, and so on. So and now on the screen I'm presented to you what is the best combination that you can keep in mind when we are working with the screen readers. Actually, you need to also consider if you are working with native applications, because it will be a little bit different, right, in terms of screen readers, and the combination, it will be different in terms of gestures also, because we need to use gestures and other additional tools that we can apply to improve the accessibility. And I will give you a gift. In this case, include people with disabilities. It's important just to don't take just for granted that all the checkpoints that you are doing are enough. So this is a really great page that I want to provide you. The name of the page is Fable. So you will find people with disabilities as part of the board of this company, so they can provide you in real time what are the most common defects of your page. This page has specialized users in screen readers, in magnification tools, and also in code best practices, so they can provide you the tools you need in order to create a really great content. Then a couple of takeaways about this project is: try to reshape your bias, try to think differently, try to educate yourself, and try to unlearn things, because usually when we are working in the technical part, we are super structured, right? And we usually try to follow rules, but in this case we need to think differently. We need to just think in ways that are not common when we are talking about accessibility. So that's important to reshape their bias. Also, always think in your users. There is no more important to an honest feedback from your users. So try to keep in mind the user experience. What will be the experience of a screen reader user? So you can connect with different companies depending of the state you are, or depending of the country you are. There are specific companies or services that you can send your link, and those person with disabilities can help you out to validate what is the current experience from them in their site, so they can give you real and honest feedback about your site. So please keep in mind that option. And also it's important to ask for expert advice. Why? Because sometimes when we start creating the accessibility process, the learning curve is really long. Okay, because we need to understand what will be the success criteria that we need to cover in terms of the development code. What will be when will be enough to have the success criteria, or when can do more in terms of that success criteria. So it's really important to ask for expert advice. And definitely, and the last one is if you are an entrepreneur, you are a business lead, you are working creating products, you are working creating services, please always keep accessibility in your agenda. Try to don't avoid this conversation, because it's really important. You are creating opportunities to make more people with disabilities just get a really good education, and some new job opportunities, and everything related to knowledge management, etc. So if you are creating these kind of projects, thinking also in inclusion, that would be really great. So, and also I would like to keep in touch with anybody. So I would like to provide my point of contact. So that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, that was awesome, Merary. I learned I learned a lot. Your slides were wonderful. We do have plenty of time for questions, so and we have a couple questions here. But if anyone else does have questions, make sure you add them to the chat, so we can ask those. So the first question is, how would you persuade a company about the benefits of developing and implementing an accessibility strategy in less than 5 minutes?
Okay, that's a really good question and a difficult one to answer because one of the most important things for companies is how will be my benefit in terms of money, right? If we are including accessibility. And when we talk about accessibility, we will not receive that money after the first implementation. It will be with the time. So make the different business owners or leaders understand that vision is a little bit difficult, but they notice with the time when we create really good metrics, when we can create prototypes, when we have some empathy labs. For example, you can create also empathy labs in your own company, so you can have real users, I don't want to say that. People with disabilities just testing different sites, and also you as a owner of this product, you can test using different tools so you can understand what is the current behavior for different users. So based on that experience, you can create a different atmosphere so they will able to understand depending of the products. So we can a really great response, and then we have just kind of wait for better responses for other leaders. So depending of the business as well. So
Right. I think that was less than 5 minutes. So
okay.
Perfect. The next question is, as an accessibility and US 508 expert, do you think that companies that currently use WordPress as a CMS or a platform to create content can be exposed to legal lawsuits due to their lack of accessibility?
Ooh, that's a question that is important to answer, and yes, definitely is. So you need to take care about all details. When we are talking about CMS, it's critical to also use other type of normatives or best practices like ATAG, which is one of the one that you can integrate with the WCAG and also with the Section 508 and try to create a best strategy for CMS. But yes, you can be affected about that.
Okay. All right. And then we've got one more question I see right now. And it is, have you tried the latest version of WordPress? And did you see any major issues with accessibility?
Yes, I saw a couple of things, mostly of standards in keyboard navigation for some functional components. And so there is important to understand what are the keyboard navigation best practices. You can find that information when you are using Way Area. So there is a specific chapter talking about what will be the keyword expectations. So you can use that as reference. But yes, that's the most common like defect. I don't want to say defect, but most common error that I noticed, which is the keyword navigation or the expected keyword navigation for some component functional components.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you for taking the time to answer those. I also had a question because you talked about personas, and I'm in marketing, and so we've taken time to talk about personas, but actually this was very enlightening because we actually hadn't considered accessibility within that, and I just was wondering, how do you go about gathering data to incorporate disabilities into personas, and how do you prioritize, as you're saying, these different levels of accessibility and different disabilities? I know from experience, developing personas could be a full-time job in some cases. So,
yes. Well, actually, one of the best practices that I learned with the past years is try to understand properly what is the information included in the WCAG guidelines. So based on the different success criteria that we have, we also have some specific sections that we can find a scenarios they are looking to solve when we have users with these kind of abilities or using a specific type of assistive technology. So based on that experience and also providing just the site to specific projects that include people with disabilities, so they also can provide you some reference. And one of the other things that I noticed as well was that include people with disabilities in your team, so they have a different perspective, so they can provide you some reference about how they access the site. Because sometimes when we are working with the screen readers and everything, we have our own experience, right? But we are not users from of this assistive technology. So by having users that are experts with assistive technology, we also have some different visions. But also I have some lists that we have already created. Also, I can talk with you later and share with you some information that can help you out with that.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Again, I don't see any more questions right here, but you did an amazing job. So much good information. So I just want to say thank you so much again, and thank you to everyone for attending this session with Merary and I. You can continue the conversation on the WordPress Accessibility Day site on the page for this talk. Merary provided her contact information as well. So, and you can continue to follow the event conversation on Twitter at WPAD2020 and at #WP Accessibility Day. So don't forget to attend the next talk, which is the case for captions with Abha Bakor, which will be actually on a different YouTube stream. The link is posted there in the YouTube chat, and you can also access it from the homepage of the WordPress Accessibility Day site. So we'll be hopping on over there in about 23-ish minutes. So yeah, we will see you there after the break. Thanks again, everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.